What's up and welcome to another live unboxing. We're taking a look at the Galaxy Book4 Edge today from Samsung, and there's a lot of reasons to consider this over some of the competition. We're going to talk about all of those reasons today, and there's reasons really to not consider this as well. There's pros and cons surrounding this. The biggest and most controversial thing about the Galaxy Book4 is the Snapdragon X Elite. And it's controversial mainly because it's a first generation product and it uses the ARM architecture instead of x86 architecture like Intel and AMD, which is a different fundamental instruction set for programs and how the programs operate, which requires an emulation layer if the app is not built on native ARM application language. So essentially, the Galaxy Book4 promises, according to Qualcomm and a lot of the marketing and a lot of the pre-release content surrounding the Galaxy Book4, they promise additional power efficiency, high performance when on battery life, and still getting good overall performance even when you are on battery life. So that's probably the biggest things. Like if you're someone that needs to be productive when you're on the go, you're away from the wall outlet. I feel like traditionally the Apple MacBook or MacBook Pro series, MacBook Air series has been the go-to the last few years in terms of like the best all-around performance with battery life. This is like the Windows alternative to that, in my opinion, for someone that wants to video edit well on an airplane, for example, or in a train or in a car or in a coffee shop where there's no plugins, or out in the field, edit photos out in the field. Using an Intel or AMD notebook oftentimes can get very sluggish when you unplug it from the wall. And at that point, you're running, it feels like sometimes like a slideshow, sometimes like less smooth for sure. And I think that's where this notebook excels in my preliminary testing. I did a ton of pre-testing before this live stream, and I've got a bunch of screenshots to show you from applications that worked and didn't work and compatibility with the X Elite. We're going to go through a bunch of that. We've got a ton of benchmarks. We've got a ton of game tests today as well for the X Elite. I know a lot of you are gamers that are very curious about the gaming performance on the Snapdragon X Elite Adreno GPU. And I can tell you there is going to be some casual gaming capable on here, but the biggest limiter is the fact that it is ARM architecture, and a lot of games are not compatible with ARM architecture. So you got to find the right game, and then you need to find one that's not so visually demanding that you can still get good frame rates. But I do know that Baldur's Gate 3 can be a pretty good experience because it's so well optimized. Something like Counter-Strike 2 is playable, and some of the other games that I tested, definitely playable, but a lot of the games wouldn't load. So we're gonna go through all the games that would load, games that won't load, any issues that I've had going into this, and then of course we're gonna do the full suite of testing, as you can see on the right side here. We're gonna be unboxing the laptop, flex test, weight, hinge, remove the bottom, internal analysis. If I can, we're gonna try. And then we're gonna do bloatware analysis, webcam quality, keyboard, mouse, display. You can see everything we're gonna do. There's a lot of nice integrations with the Samsung Galaxy S24. If you're a Galaxy phone user, this is definitely a notebook that has extra features compared to a traditional Windows notebook, and one that would, I don't know, like if I was a vlogger and I was using a Galaxy S24 to film a lot of video and you need to transfer a lot of photos and files from, say, a Galaxy tablet or a Galaxy phone to your device and back and forth, this has a distinct advantage for those kinds of things. Plus, you can control your Galaxy phone. You can control a lot of the Android phones, but in particular, the Galaxy devices have additional integrations given the Samsung ecosystem. So we're going to talk about some of those, speaker test, fan noise test, and go over all of the benchmarks and tests today. So hopefully everything goes well. I mean, this is the live stream, we're doing it live, so we'll see. I'm very curious to see how it does, and I think there is a user subset for this notebook that would pick this notebook, but I do think that it's a narrower subset than what I think Qualcomm and Samsung originally set out to do with this notebook. They had, I think, I don't know, and I think the hardware is pretty well there. The problem primarily still is in the software, in the emulation layer, in the ARM. Not all of the applications are native on ARM yet. A lot of them still are not, but a lot of the core ones are, like Office, Photoshop. Premiere is not, but Lightroom is. And I believe Adobe is working hard to translate a lot of these applications over to ARM. So it's the kind of thing that's just going to get better over time. So those are probably the biggest pros and cons. Kind of went over those right here, but essentially, if I were to do the biggest pros, should be higher performance or maintain higher performance when on battery. It should have less overall power draw when maintaining that higher performance compared to Intel and AMD. But probably not as good, and definitely not as good as the Apple M1, M2, M3 chips. But it's a Windows laptop. So it's kind of like one of those things where you need power and productivity on the go, but you need it to be a Windows laptop because of whatever reason, because of the software you use, the applications you use require it, whatever. Like some people just don't want to go to the Apple ecosystem either. Maybe they do have a Galaxy phone and they want that integration with the Galaxy device. So yeah. What's up, Courage? What's up, Emil? Actually, ain't gonna give it to you. We'll see today. Well, I mean, I think it is a promising product, but I do think that it's rather immature for on the software side of things. That's the biggest issue currently. Like I know Microsoft, and Microsoft is promising. See if I can get a little more light on my face. Microsoft is promising a lot. And Qualcomm's promising a lot that, it's going to be a seamless integration with the emulation layer, and it's not perfect yet at all. That's what I'll say, and it's the kind of thing that's going to continue to get better and better over time. So that's probably the biggest con, is that the native ARM apps are the best performance. When you go to emulated apps, the performance is going to suffer compared to Intel and AMD, or just be incompatible at the current emulation layer. Maybe that throws an error and crashes the app or can't launch the app at all. And that's still an issue for Snapdragon X Elite laptops, when I think some of the marketing and some of the reviews and some of the media out there want you to think, it's going to be perfect. There's going to have no problem launching any app. Everything's going to be really good. It's just not the case yet. I think on the majority of stuff, yes, it's going to be pretty dang good. But yeah, so we're going to talk about what are the users where you're unlikely to run into those issues with the emulation layer versus users that are likely to run into those issues. And so which people out there would actually want to buy this with their money? Because there's a lot of different options out there that are not going to have issues with the emulation layer if you just go with the native Intel or AMD CPU. So you really got to be, I think that's probably my biggest hesitancy around recommending this. Now, as always, I believe in full transparency in my content. So this laptop, the Galaxy Book 4, was sent over by Best Buy. They provided this, and there's a link in the description to Best Buy if you want to check this out. Now, this live stream is not sponsored by Best Buy, but there will be a summary, final summary review of this live stream, or of everything I found. Basically, a main video edit that will be going up on the channel, and that one will be sponsored. But in this one, I can talk about competitors, I can talk about everything, and even in the main one, I can still talk about all the pros and cons, to be honest, but I do need to talk about certain features and stuff like that, at least give my opinion on them in the main video. So, but know that I'm able to be completely honest, about this product, and we're going to go through all the pros and cons about it. It's literally written in the contract for the sponsorship for the final video. But this, like I said, this live stream, not sponsored, so I can say literally anything. Okay, so I'm really excited about testing this. Now, I want to also mention, again, for clarity's sake, I believe in transparency and honesty as best I can. Qualcomm did fly me out to their headquarters to check out the Snapdragon X Elite back in February. And it was a very cool trip. I was going to make an overview video on the Qualcomm prototype laptops I got to get hands-on with. I got to meet like 25 other influencers out there, tech reviewers. It was a really cool experience. They paid for me to go out there. They didn't pay me for my time or anything, but just paid for the travel. And I appreciated the opportunity, but I still didn't even make a video about it. And I think, I don't know, I hope they're not too upset about that, but I'm making a video now. And my main hesitancy around making a video about it was just, I was nervous about being able to recommend it because of the emulation layer and because it's a native ARM CPU. And at that time, they didn't even announce that there would be an emulation layer at all. So it was very, I'm like, how is this going to be a viable product? And now that they announced the emulation layer, I think, in May, I think. And so it becomes a much more viable product at that point going forward. That said, I would love to see if they could ever pull this off, and if they could do a lot of work with the software. They could do a lot of work with the software, but I'd love to see a gaming laptop with the efficiency of a Snapdragon X Elite CPU. Paired with something like an NVIDIA GPU or maybe a high-powered Snapdragon GPU, because it could be very competitive and compelling at some point down the line. That's probably the main thing I want to say about my whole trip there. It was a very promising trip. It was really cool to see their headquarters and everything. But anyway, let's go ahead and move on. Let's get into the unboxing and checking everything out. Okay. All right. So here is the Samsung Galaxy Book 4. Look at how thin this box is. It is very representative of the ethos of this laptop. This is such an extremely portable laptop. It is very thin. I'm not sure how much it weighs. I think less than 4 pounds. It is, for a 16-inch laptop, that is absurdly light. I don't know if it actually is below 4 pounds. It's very, very light though. So here's the laptop on the inside. I did, of course, unbox it and pre-test it and repackaged it. I don't know if I packaged it up perfectly, but here's the power adapter. This is, as far as I can tell, it's a 65-watt power adapter, fast charger. This thing does work just fine to power the laptop, even when under load. We've got a laptop right here. It's in a little sleeve here. Let's go ahead and pull the laptop out. You can see how clean the lines are already on it. Everything is very simple looking. Even the bottom is very simple looking. There is no screws on the bottom. Look at that. 0 screws on this guy. That is one of the first laptop I've unboxed in a really, really long time with no screws on the bottom that are visible. They're under these little feet right here. So I have not taken this thing apart yet, and I'm hoping it's not too hard because we're going to try to do it live. All right. So let's go ahead and just open this up real quick and give you a quick preview of the inside. Now this does have a touch screen enabled display, and look at the size of this trackpad. It is a huge trackpad. It's almost the exact same size as my Blade 18 trackpad, but on a 16-inch chassis. Is very insane. And I love the design overall. It's very simplistic looking. It does have a nice, huge, this is glass, by the way. And it's very tapered. Like, notice how thin this is. Like this line comes up and makes it look extra thin. It does get actually thicker here, about an inch inside. But overall, super thin, very solid feeling in the hands. We still got one more thing to take out. We've got the power cable here. So here is the power cable. I think it's not too long. Let's just go ahead and see here. Yeah, it's only about 5.5 feet or so in terms of length. So you're gonna have to be pretty close to the wall with this guy. That's the downside, for sure. A lot of laptop power adapters can stretch, 8, 10 feet, sometimes 12 feet. And this one, you're gonna have to be real close to the wall all the time. At least when you're plugged in, but you're not gonna have to actually be plugged in to use this laptop. So, I mean, I guess not really, at the same time. Now, Does this thing have a CD player on the right side, ML? That's hilarious. No, it's, I'll show you. Okay, so this is actually the speaker grill right here. This is the speaker grill. This is the fan intakes. There's 2 fans with a vapor chamber on the inside, and there is another speaker grill on this side as well. So dual speaker exhaust, basically. And they are, so that means they're downward firing to the side speakers. As far as I know, there is no upward firing speakers on this laptop. Okay, so that's the power adapter and unboxing the laptop. Very simple. Let's go ahead and weigh it, check out the hinge, and do a flex test, okay? So here's the scale. So 3 pounds, 5.5 ounces. So that translates to what? 5.5 out of 16. 3.34 pounds. With the power adapter added on top, we're looking at 3 pounds, 11.4 ounces. That is insane. 3 pounds, 11.5. That is so light. It's crazy. So for us, and that's for a 16-inch chassis. I mean, like this is as light as the G14 is. That's a 14-inch chassis. So, and obviously much lighter, including when you factor in the power adapter being in the mix there too. Let's go ahead and check out the hinge. So first, let's do a 1-finger hinge test. So, boom. 1 finger lifting on the hinge is no problem. Moving forward and back on the hinge. You can see the laptop kind of scoots around a little bit. Let me just kind of hold it. But, because the hinge is pretty stiff. That is as far back as the hinge goes. Some people prefer a little bit more mobile hinge, but that is like one that can lay completely flat. I personally haven't found much use for that, but this one does not lay flat, for those of you that want to know. And this has the fan exhausts are right here in front of the hinge here. So there's no fan exhausts on the sides. And this thing doesn't really produce that much heat, realistically. It does make some fan noise, which we'll be testing in our fan noise test today, seeing how loud it is. But it's the thing about this laptop is on very minimal fans and very minimal power, you can get what appears to be like 85 to 90% of the performance. So, you know, not that many people are going to be that inclined, I think, to run it at max power and waste their battery faster and draw more heat and make more noise for only 5 to 10% more performance or 15% more performance, depending on what you're doing. So, okay, so let's check wobble. There is some wobble here, but it's not too bad. Notice this is an OLED panel, so it is extremely thin. Let's see if I can get it to focus on my hand here. Very thin panel. There is some wobble. I think you're going to run into this wobble if you're using it in a car bouncing around or on an airplane. It might wobble just a little bit. And it's a little bit of a downside that it didn't make it a little bit stiffer, in my opinion. Okay, time to do our flex test. Okay, so we're going to start in the top right or the bottom right corner. No flex, no flex, a little flex starting here by the trackpad. Just a little flex, no flex, no flex, just a little flex here in the middle point. Remember, there's 4 contact points in the bottom, 1 in each corner. So I think we're going to run into a bit of flex, no flex in the corner, but we'll have flex here, 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 and here, because that's the in-between points. But this is an all-metal chassis, so all metal and Gorilla Glass on the display. But yeah, there's a bit of flex here, no flex again, flex here, and there's flex on the keyboard. But it's honestly, it's pretty stiff. The thing is, on a table, we've got those 4 points, one in each corner, holding it up. When this thing's in your lap and you got your leg underneath each area, it'll feel even stiffer in the middle area because it'll be pressing against your legs, which is gonna, you know, plus you're not gonna really push down that hard anyway. It's stiff enough to where this thing feels really solid. Again, I just wish the hinge was a little bit tighter. Now, like I said, the display has glass cover, Corning Gorilla Glass covering, and it is a touchscreen enabled display. So that's going to be great if you want to sit in bed and watch a movie or do certain things that require touch, or if you just like having a touch screen for playing certain types of games or whatever. A lot of the Android ARM-based games are on here, and so you can do a lot of touch-based gaming, like mobile-style gaming on here for sure. Okay. Next up. Remove the bottom and internal analysis. Let's do it, okay? Here we go. I have not removed the bottom here. I did remove one of the rubber feet once just to make sure that it was good. Hi, agreed on having profilers. PUBG says Galaxy Book have it in performance profile issues. I'm not sure what you mean, PUBG. Or profile issue. Not sure what you mean. Sly So Savage. So it doesn't snap by accident. That's the only reason I prefer to be able to lay it flat. Oh, so it doesn't snap by accident. Interesting. Like he prefers the hinge to go all the way back to the table so you don't accidentally push it too hard and break the hinge that way. Okay, so let's go ahead and rearrange the camera angle a little bit here, and let's get taking the bottom off. Okay, so I recommend using a plastic. Don't use a metal screwdriver to take this off. You just need to get it in here and it pops out. Okay, so it's not too hard to pop these out. Doesn't take too much effort. I'd say just a little bit of force to get that one out at least. Let's see what this one's like. Okay, there we go. Got the second one off. I'll try to keep these to the exact same hole and everything. Looks like they're not the same. At least the front ones, the two front ones look the same. And the two back ones look the same. You can see the back. The rear ones have an off center to them. The front ones are just circular. So this is the front one. This is the back one. Let me make sure my brightness is turned up. Okay. All right. So, is there any software for ARM chips though? Yeah, there is lots of software actually for ARM chips that have already been developed. You know, Qualcomm has been working with these. You know, Qualcomm's been working with these companies to, like Microsoft, to upgrade like all of the Office suite is already fully ARM native. The Photoshop, so Adobe is working to, you know, Photoshop is ARM native, Lightroom is ARM native, but not Premiere. So that's like a downside for someone that is fully integrated into the Adobe suite, because Premiere is one of the most commonly used Adobe programs, but I'm pretty sure they're working hard to translate Premiere into making it native ARM. Let me get the light a little bit more down on here. There we go. All right, so there's 4 screws. They're just inside of these little circles. All right, so now I got to figure out, how do I pry off this bottom? Um, there are ARM software lists, and we're going to talk about that in a bit more detail a little bit later. I've got it on the agenda for today, but I don't want to talk about too much until we get to that point. Okay, so I'm starting in the back here because there's already a bit of here, I'll rotate the camera here. Already a bit of a gap here, so it's easier to just pop it out this way. Got to be careful here. I just cut myself on the metal. Man, is that 2 laptops in a row I cut myself? It is. Though this one's not nearly as deep as the last one. Okay, and I'm going to use a guitar pick. To transition this. Seems to be popping up generally pretty well. Just be careful when sliding your finger down along the metal edge. My finger kind of got pinched between 2 materials and ended up cutting my finger. I'll show you the cut here in a second. My wife delivering a Band-Aid. Like, I'm not bleeding too much. Like, my last one bled quite a bit, but this one... Okay, this is gonna be hard to show this. Come on. Camera doesn't want to focus. There. There's the cut right there. It's about maybe a 1/4 inch long cut. Anyway, that's the perks of doing the live stream. You get to see all of the details. Okay, so we're pretty much in here, and this thing's pretty loose, but it's not coming up yet entirely. So I'm going to keep going around one more time. Feels like something is still attached, even though it's all up. As far as I can tell. Let me just put this Band-Aid on real quick. Farrick says, do I like the design and build quality? I think the design, it looks amazing. It's a really well-designed product from a visual perspective, and from a hardware perspective, it's, I think, really, really well-rounded design. The biggest issue, like I said, is the software is kind of where you run into the hiccup. So, because of the ARM emulation layer, and making sure all the apps that you want to run are going to run just fine, which I think they will for most people, but not for everybody. Okay, so it feels like this whole bottom is ready to come up, except it seems like it's kind of glued or maybe stuck with tape or something. Let me see if I can get a better view inside. Okay, so you just had to slide it forward. So you have to push it forward and it pops right up. So there must be some like little catches. All right, so that's the bottom. Wow, this is so lightweight. Very nice. You can see, I think the little catches are like right here. Little loops that the bottom snaps into. All right, here's the underside of the Galaxy Book 4 Elite. And yeah, let's take a look. All right, so this is, let's see how big the battery is. So this is only a 60 watt hour battery. And you're still looking at, in terms of like web browsing, you're looking at like, I don't know, probably 12 to 16 hours of battery life web browsing on a 60 watt hour battery. That's pretty insane. So actually this says 61.8 is the typical capacity. 60.6 watt hours is the nominal capacity. Very, very insane. Okay, so this is the vapor chamber right here where the X Elite is housed. This thing can pull about 55 watts total when under a load, at least when the battery is fully charged. So that's just the internal components, display, all of that, pulling maximum wattage. And yeah, so these dual fans here are easily capable of dispelling 55 watts of thermal energy. It is not too hard to do that. Honestly, probably one of these fans probably could have done that, because the temps, as you'll see, the temps on the Snapdragon X Elite do stay pretty good actually under typical loads. So in terms of upgradability, do we have any in here? I think this is the speaker. Speaker 1, speaker 2. I don't see any upgradability that is currently visible. I believe the Wi-Fi chip is going to be integrated into the motherboard automatically from Qualcomm. And that's going to be Wi-Fi 7, I think Bluetooth 5.4. So it's a latest gen product for Wi-Fi. And then I don't know where the SSD is. If there is an SSD on here, I don't see it visibly out in a way that could be upgraded. So whatever storage you end up buying this with, I'm pretty sure you're stuck with it. So that's another thing to keep in mind when you're buying it. We'll go over the different models that you can buy with this and how much they cost and everything. We should probably do that next, most likely. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this thing. I think we gotta slide it kind of back and in again. At least if we want it to be kind of stuck in there, right? I don't prefer how they did this undercover, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't think there should be something that attaches, basically. Maybe it's these things. I think these little guys grip right here. So I think I can just push it down onto it, actually. I don't think I need to do anything special. Let's see. Yes. Yes, I felt them snap in now. So I could have just been more forceful when pulling the bottom of the chassis off, and it would have snapped apart just fine. So I do recommend going in a continuous pattern around the outside. Try not to leave any unpopped areas when you're popping it back together. Okay. Yeah, because you generally, it's harder when both sides are snapped on one side and then not snapped on the other. Okay, let's go ahead and put these screws back in. Only 4 screws is awesome. It's just a lot of a lot of popping to get it to come off. Like a lot of unibody aluminum chassis will just use like, 8 or 12 screws, and then they are very easy to, it like practically falls off because it's like CNC milled aluminum and it doesn't need to be snapped together as much. But I mean, the snapping will help keep the chassis extra rigid. So I guess that's kind of pros and cons in terms of overall design. The Wi-Fi and Bluetooth module, I don't know if it's on the chip Nation 22, but it is a Qualcomm Wi-Fi module. So it's either on the chip or it's on the motherboard. I'm not sure which. But yeah, it's not something that's interchangeable like a typical Windows laptop would be. That said, I have had good Wi-Fi coverage, so I'm not too worried about, trying to change it out or anything. Okay, so putting it back together, easier than taking it apart. I'll tell you that much. All right, so let's go ahead and lift this up, and let's put the tools away, and we're going to move into let's talk about what are the different options you can get with the Galaxy Book 4 Edge. Again, link in the description if you want to check this out for yourself. And let me pull it up. Okay, so if you do decide to get one of these, you're going to get a $150 Best Buy e-gift card with the purchase of a Galaxy Book 4 Edge. So realistically, this is costing $14.49, but you get a $150 gift card immediately back right away. So it's kind of like $1,300 in a sense, at least if you need to buy anything else from Best Buy. So there's a 16-inch lower end version at $14.49. The main difference with this one is it's got a 512 gig storage versus a 1 terabyte storage on the more expensive one. So this is the version that we got today, this 512 gig 16-inch. Now there's a cheaper version that's in the it's a 14-inch. Now this one does not have a number pad on the keyboard, and of course it's only a 14-inch laptop with a 512 gig storage. And then there's a 16-inch with a 1 terabyte storage. Now I'm not sure if this has an upgraded CPU. There are a few different Qualcomm Snapdragon processors. The X Elite does come in different varieties, and I'm not sure if this one comes with an upgraded version of the X Elite, because that would help warrant the increase in price. Going from 512 gig storage to 1 terabyte being $300 seems a bit excessive in terms of price cost increase, because usually that kind of upgrade would be like $100 at most for only a 512 gig SSD upgrade. So I'm hoping that there's also a processor upgrade in that mix as well. Overall value-wise, where does this put us in the market? At $14.49 or say $1,300 if you minus the $150 for the e-gift card. You're looking at like an RTX 4060 or 4070 gaming laptop. You're looking at a high-end Ultrabook from, a competitor with Intel or AMD CPUs with probably 16 gigs or maybe 32 gigs, about the same level of specs and hardware. Like an OLED display could definitely be had for an Ultrabook style, probably for a little bit less, honestly, probably for closer to like 1100 or 1200. So in terms of pricing and affordability goes, I would say this is on the higher end of the price point, more of a premium priced product, but this does have a lot of the premium priced product features like a touchscreen display, 120 hertz AMOLED OLED display with, very bright, vibrant colors. You got a Windows Hello touchpad, which I'm going to go ahead and press right now to turn the laptop on. And it is booting up right now. We're going to go ahead and get into some testing now. And for our first test, well, actually, it's analyze and review ports is next on the outline. And then bloatware evaluation. Okay, so I do want to get into some testing. Let me just show the laptop for a little bit. All right, so very sleek design, glossy display with anti-reflective coating on it. What else? So the number pad is very interesting. I do want to talk about that in more detail. Let me go in order, okay? Let me go in order. I want to not get lost in the weeds, because if I get going here, I'm going to keep going for a long time, and I'm not going to do anything in the right order. So I want to keep going. All right. So let's talk ports on the left side. On the left side, we have an HDMI 2.1 with two USB 4s. So this is two USB 4s, which is equal specs as a Thunderbolt 4, but without the Thunderbolt rating. So you could do a lot of powerful applications here. I just kind of wish these were on different sides, because sometimes you gotta have a plug-in here for your power. This is where you power the laptop with one of these, and then you have one free. And I just kind of wish there was little, because I have I just did the review of the Nova 5, and it's got the USB-C connector, but it's like wide, and so it blocks both of them if I use that. Okay, and then on the right side, we have a micro SD card slot, USB 3.2, and a headset port. So in terms of port availability, I mean, there's a lot of flexibility with the USB 4 ports, but it's not really that great of a port selection. I mean, I usually prefer 5 total USBs on a gaming laptop. This is a more portable machine, so I mean, I could probably cut it some slack considering it's so thin and it's so light, and it's really focused around portability, but I would have rather them put a full-size SD card slot, maybe made this design come back a little bit more, put a full-size SD card slot in here, and then maybe another USB-C over here, or something, give it at least 4 USB ports. I would have really appreciated that. I think the headset port is the kind of thing that's going to go away over time. I don't know. I think a lot of people are transitioning to the wireless headset types rather than the wired. So the wireless ones using either dongle or Bluetooth. That's kind of the downside. So port selection is okay for its size and its ultrabook style, but it's not great. I wouldn't say they're great. I'm just gonna say okay. They're okay ports, high quality ports for the ports that they are, at least. Time to evaluate the bloatware. So let's get the camera down here and talk about what applications this thing came with. Okay. I got a Galaxy S24 for this video, and it's constantly beeping at me. So I need to come over here and get the camera, get the volume, make it silent. Okay. So there's the phone link right there. Automatic. It's beeping at me. I thought I muted you. Let's go completely quiet. Okay. So it's beeping because the Galaxy Book automatically connected to the phone. All right. And I believe, yeah, it's already set up. So this is really cool. It automatically did this when I got connected. I can turn the exposure down a little bit more. So it automatically did this when we turned the laptop on. You see that? My mouse goes to the right side, and then it goes right onto the Galaxy S24. Because I have it set up, I have this set up so that I can control the Galaxy S24 with my mouse on the laptop. I mean, how cool is that? It is such a cool integration. You know, integrating between the Galaxy S24 and the laptop. We're going to go into this a little bit more detail here in a moment, but yeah, okay. So moving on, let's continue on to the bloatware evaluation. Honestly, there's not much on here except for a bunch of Samsung apps. You know, we have Spotify, which has a native ARM application version. A lot of people use Spotify, so I don't know. I guess it's not too bad if that they include this, but like I said, if you're the kind of person that wants to have a completely blank system, then I guess you might not want that on there. But you know, there's Samsung settings, which is where you tune the laptop to your liking. You know, you got all your settings in here for your battery performance, your fan mode, display settings. Those are all inside the Samsung settings app. Samsung Notes, Quick Search, Samsung Gallery to look at your photos and videos. You got your Windows photos. You got Office already pre-loaded on here. Your snipping tool and your Samsung Smart Things, Samsung Studio, Samsung Pass, and Google Meet. I installed DaVinci Resolve to show you the performance of video editing on the ARM software. So that's it. It's basically Samsung stuff, Spotify, a little bit of, I installed the Xbox app, Solitaire, and your basic stuff. So very, very minimal bloatware on the install for this laptop, which I like. There's no antivirus. And that said, I think a lot of antiviruses are not compatible with ARM. So you're going to probably have to rely on the Microsoft Defender, Windows Defender, and not downloading bad files for your antivirus. As far as I know, there may be ARM compatible antiviruses in the near future, or they may already be out, but maybe the antivirus that you prefer to use does not have it. Now, I don't usually use antivirus myself. I just am smart with what I download, and I trust Microsoft Windows Defender for it. So that's what I do. Let's talk webcam quality. Okay, let's go to the camera app. And for the webcam, I want to note that there is a button that you can press on the keyboard, which is really nice. It's like a webcam disable button. And that's located right here, the F10 key. Let's see if I can get the camera a bit closer so you can see that better. But the F10 key here is a Windows camera and microphone disabler button. So FN plus F10, and that automatically and instantly disables the camera. So pressing Windows F10 completely blocks it, turns it off. I like that. So you can also see that there is a LED light up here when the webcam is enabled. So you have kind of a privacy safety setting right there as well, so you can see when it's being utilized. Let's go ahead and record a video. So this is me talking to the camera and, you know, using general voice video. I'm not typing or anything yet. Now I'm going to start typing, and we'll see how the audio sounds with me typing. I got to say the color balance is pretty good, but it's also kind of basing it off of that kind of in the background. Let's just turn this a little bit this way. And the detail on my beard is pretty good. Let's take a couple photos. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the photos. So I'll turn the camera in. So you can see a lot of detail around my hair, my face follicles, everything, and the overall color tone and temp of the photo is pretty good. I like it. Pretty dang nice overall photo quality for the webcam. I believe it's a 1080p webcam. Let's go ahead and play the video. This is me talking to the camera and, you know, using general voice video. I'm not typing or anything yet. Now I'm going to start typing,
and we'll see how the audio sounds with me typing. I gotta say the color balance is pretty good, but it's also kind of basing it off of that kind of in the background. Let's just turn this a little bit this way. And the deep.
So I will say the audio quality is not great for the microphone. Sounds like a pretty basic speakerphone audio quality. And when I started typing, that really messed with the audio coming through the mic. So kind of a downside that if you need to be able to productive on a video call, you're going to be very disruptive to your voice to whoever is listening to you. So webcam evaluation, I mean, I give the webcam like an 8.5, the microphone probably like a 4.5 or 5 out of 10. It was not that good of a mic. Let's talk Windows Hello on this laptop. So sadly, there is no camera Windows Hello. This is not a camera-enabled Windows Hello. This is a Touch ID Windows Hello. So the only Windows Hello on this is going to be right here. The power button in the top right corner there doubles as a fingerprint sensor. So, and it does work pretty dang well, very reliably for me over time. Let me see if I can demo this for you a few times so you can get an idea of what it's like to use this. Let's go ahead and lock the laptop and we'll press it. Fingerprint could not be recognized. I was a little off center. So the only times where I found the fingerprint sensor did not work well is if I didn't put my finger on it correctly, like I put the side of it or I was only halfway on, or my finger was wet. Those are the two situations where the touch sensor didn't work, but most fingerprint sensors will not work with a wet finger, no matter what kind it is, pretty much. Because that's that'll mess up how it's read. So keep that in mind. I do prefer a camera IR Windows Hello. Makes me a little sad that we don't have the full one on such a nice notebook with all these premium features. I would have liked that. Okay. Let's talk keyboard and mouse. We are up to right here in the overall agenda today. So let's go ahead and get into the keyboard and mouse. So keyboard, let's get this close and let's get it darker. And this will give you an idea of what it looks like when the keyboard is backlit, because the keyboard relies on an ambient light sensor to turn the keyboard backlight on. So as you can see, the keyboard backlight is quite good. Very effective in terms of overall illumination and usability. Very easy to see the keys in a dark environment. Now, the trick about this backlight is that it will not turn on unless the ambient light sensor detects that you're in a dark environment. So it'll automatically save your battery life by turning it off. But sometimes I think the laptops just look cooler when the backlight is on. So I'm like, what if I want it to be on? And you can't get it to be on. I'm sorry. As far as I can tell, it will not. There's no setting that I could find in the keyboard settings to change that. So overall, the actual keyboard itself, very functional. Let's go ahead and go over all the key features that the keyboard has. So in the top left, we have a settings launch button. This will, the F1 key, this will launch your Samsung settings for changing your core application features and everything, like your fan profiles and your display settings. So you got your display brightness up and down, monitor switch, trackpad disable, volume mute, volume down, volume up, your keyboard backlight brightness key, and this will temporarily turn it on for a few seconds, and then the ambient light sensor will turn it off again. And then you have your webcam disable for F10, your fan profile quick switch key for F11, and then you have your Windows lock button for F12. Then we have print screen, which will let you do a quick screenshot, insert, delete, which are dedicated buttons, and we have our full-size number pad. So we have a divide, multiply, minus, plus, num lock, disable, enable, which will allow you to utilize the home and page up, page down buttons as a priority if you don't want the num lock. So you can switch between basically 7 or home with the num lock key button. Now the enter button is in the far right. The enter button is in the far right, which makes it a little hard to press, or I was mispressing it a little bit because I was expecting the delete key and enter button to be there. I don't know. It's something to get used to. So this number pad is one that I think some people will get used to, but it may not be super intuitive like the first time you use it, for example. Now the arrow keys, you can see, have page up, page down, home, and end, and they are all half size, which I do prefer everything to be half size rather than the left, right arrows being big, fat ones and the up, down ones being little, narrow ones. This is a better overall setup to me to make sure that I'm on the right key from a tactile perspective. And then last but not least, we have the Windows Copilot button, which is a new button for 2024. This will quick launch the Copilot AI for Windows 11. And this laptop is actually a Copilot Plus laptop, which Microsoft is enabling on certain new Snapdragon X Elite laptops first. So it's exclusive to the X Elite lineup for now. I believe they're going to launch it for the other laptops a little bit later. So overall, keyboard feels good to type on. It doesn't have a deep key travel, but the keys are responsive, tactile, easy to see, and with an overall very nice layout. Let's turn the light back on. Okay, so here is the trackpad. Look at how huge this trackpad is. It is also more of a 16:10 aspect ratio to this trackpad, where a lot of trackpads are more 16:9. So you have a huge, like my whole hand could almost go over this trackpad, and I have, I'm 6'1". I'm a very large-handed person. This thing is a very large trackpad. Yeah, and this thing also clicks really good. Honestly, like after using this trackpad, this is one of the best trackpads I have used on any Windows laptop. It's got a nice, firm, easy, tactile click. Let me give you some sound audio to it. You don't have to press too hard either to make it click. It's a nice, soft, medium pressure, and it never accidentally clicks when you don't want it to. You can easily not have it click. Now, the downside, being a physical click action, not a haptic, is that at the top you cannot click. Haptic trackpads allow you to click the entire length of the trackpad. This one does not do that. You can start clicking at about here. Okay? All right. What else? So, yeah, I mean, for trackpads, as far as trackpads go, I would gotta give it like a 9 out of 10. It's really, really, really fantastic trackpad for size and functionality. Karushi says, wicked flex going on there. Yeah, there is some flex. I mean, I am pushing pretty hard. Most people would be pressing it more like here, and with this level of pressure. So very little flex going there. But the thing about this laptop is there's no center support. They probably should have put a 5th rubber support in the middle, and that would have made it so that this thing wouldn't bend in like this, like it does. So, but they didn't do that. So there is a bit of flex because of the 4 supports in the corners means that the middle has more flex. Okay. So keyboard, very nice. Trackpad, very nice. Let's test the display, nits, color gamut, and contrast. And I have already done this test for you before doing the live stream to save time. So let's go ahead and get the camera set up here. Also, I want to show you this. So this is a power ometer. I can't remember what the name of it technically is, but this is a power reader. It will let us know how much power the laptop utilizes when we're using the laptop, because the current ARM power monitoring software does not let you see the watts that the CPU is pulling. So this way we can at least check the power draw over time. So I'm going to put this back here. So you can see right now it's pulling 43 watts as it recharges the battery up to full. Okay. Because right now, it's not actually pulling that much watts to use the laptop. It's just recharging the battery. All right. And I want the battery to be recharged so it can. So look at all these screenshots I took. Took a lot of screenshots. Let's see if I can find the display test. So here is the display test for this laptop. And this is the best I can do for you, given the limitations that the Spider 5 Elite software does not work on ARM. So I had to use the Calibrite color checker. And it really is not that the software doesn't work, it's that the driver for the Spider 5 Elite does not detect that the Spider 5 Elite is plugged in. So I was not able to actually run anything. The software did run. The software emulated fine, but the actual driver for running the peripheral did not detect the Spider 5 Elite. Now, the Calibrite software ran just fine, and the driver also ran for detecting the display checker, so I'm using my secondary display checker for this one. Now, the blue outline is the display that testing results that we got. The red outline is the P3 color gamut. So this is a wider color gamut, better color gamut than the P3 color space. So it's 100% P3, and it's 100% of the sRGB, which is the green box. Let me see if I can get this to be exposed a little bit lower. There, yeah. So that gives you a better idea. And I also did a nits brightness check on it. So let's see if we can find that. And you can see right here, measured illuminance is 389. So basically 390 nits, I think is what it was technically, when I measured it. So you're looking at approximately 390 total nits when there is a lot of gray and white on the display. When you are looking at very little bright objects and mainly a darker background, I think the peak brightness can go up much higher. I'm not sure how high. I think over 600 nits, I think, on the OLED display. So yeah, it's a very nice display. And this is a 120 hertz. We're going to go through some display examples here as well. And I want to show you some interesting things. So Windows has been doing some cool stuff with the display options with variable refresh rates. So this display can go from, we'll do 120 hertz, and we're also going to enable dynamic display refresh. So this allowed you to save battery life by letting the display go down to 24 hertz when it is not needed to go more than 24. So basically, like if the mouse is just sitting there, you're just like letting it idle, it is going down to 24. And then as soon as you move the mouse, it ramps up to 120 really, really, really fast and gets you a very smooth dynamic experience. But the thing I noticed is that like when you've been idle for a while and it's at 24 and then you suddenly move the mouse, that first like few frames of moving the mouse is not as smooth, and then it instantly gets smooth again. Like it's like and then smooth. So That's the only downside, I think, of having the dynamic refresh rate enabled. It's really, really minor, but if you're after just the smoothest experience possible, then you can just keep it at 120 hertz, disable the dynamic refresh rate, and your battery life will suffer a little bit. But if you want the best battery life and still having a smooth experience like the vast majority of the time, I would just leave this on. But this is a new Windows feature, which is really, really cool. All right, so 120 hertz OLED. This has a very fast refresh rate. I did look at some other reviews that can test the response rate. Very fast refresh rate, like very, very, very fast, like less than a millisecond, as is typical for OLED displays. Let's go ahead and take a look at sample color, the video that we always use, this OLED one. Let's go ahead and make sure that we're at high resolution. And with this one, I also want to make it clear that there is some bloom. We'll try to take a look at the bloom on the display as well. It's a gorgeous display with really great peaky colors, vibrant colors, dark blacks in the background, very high contrast ratio, and it's very responsive. And it's very high resolution as well. I believe this is 2.8K. So we'll take a look at the exact resolution, but 16 by 10, 2.8K. This is not currently in HDR mode. That's right. We could enable HDR mode. So we could just go here, go to display settings. We can flip HDR on, and we're also not at maximum brightness yet right now either. We can go to higher brightness. And there's also some interesting display settings that you can change in the Samsung display area. In the screen mode here, we have, oh, interesting. You cannot change these additional settings when HDR is enabled. So if you're using Windows-based HDR, then you actually don't access, you can't change these settings. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this video again. So here is the video once again. HDR is enabled now. It's at 4K resolution. And did you guys notice as well how snappy everything is? Like you click something, it instantly goes and opens the window. It's very responsive in Windows, like for like a Snapdragon processor. The X Elite is doing a great job powering the Windows experience, basically is what I want to point out. Okay. I personally, it's kind of hard to tell the difference with HDR enabled or disabled. For me at least, but let's go ahead and disable HDR again in there, and let's go to the Samsung settings here. So in here, you can change this from normal HDR plus to bright HDR plus, and this does have a visual difference that's immediately noticeable to the eye. It makes things pop differently on the display. And I think I prefer this bright one. I don't know. At least for menus and stuff. For actual content, I need to do more playing around with it to figure out which one I actually like more. But pretty big difference with this HDR normal versus bright mode. You can also change your color pattern from vivid AMOLED native to sRGB to Adobe RGB to P3 color gamuts. So if you want something that's a little bit more representative of the color space that you want to work in, you can do that. We'll leave it on auto and we'll leave it on bright for now. But yeah, the display, nothing to complain about. The display is gorgeous. It's high resolution. It's responsive, and it's 2880 by 1800 resolution is just, it's excessive. It's great. I love it. It's perfect for this type of laptop. Okay. Let's talk laptop control software. We've been using the laptop control software quite a bit for this already here, but you've got your Samsung settings is the primary app, and you can launch this just by pressing FN plus F1. So I went over this in the keyboard shortcut, but basically you press FN plus F1 and it'll launch this application and bring it up. And this is the primary place that you can make changes to your performance profiles and other key settings. So we'll actually, we'll start at the top here. That's fine. So you got your Samsung account, which you'll need to set up. And then you've got your connections. So you can enable or disable easy Bluetooth connection. You can pair devices, your Wi-Fi. You've got connected devices here for quick share, for if you want to move files quickly between your Galaxy phone and your laptop. Auto switching your Galaxy Buds. So if you have Samsung Galaxy earphones, you can do auto switching between your phone and your laptop, depending on what product is making noise. It'll automatically move between them. You can make calls on your Galaxy device from your laptop. So if you want to make a phone call, you can make a call on your laptop through your phone, and the audio and mic will be picked up through your laptop. And continue apps on other devices. So you can copy images, text, and files from the Galaxy Book and paste them into your phone or tablet. Multi-control allows you to control your Galaxy phone or tablet, which I showed you this earlier. I can show you again here. Let me go ahead and just get logged in there. Okay, so multi-control we have currently set up. And let me see if I can get let me zoom out just a little bit. So I'm using my mouse here, and this whole time, oh, we're not connected. Let's see here. Currently not connected. Okay, so it's connecting to the Galaxy S24. Now it's connected. And do you see how it shows the two sides that are connected? We can grab the S24, we can put it on top of the device, and now it'll be connected up through the top. So I can see the mouse here on the Galaxy phone. Very, very cool. And then you can also move it to the side. So if you want it to be on the left side of your laptop, you can have it be on the left side, and you can bring the phone over, your trackpad over to the phone. So if you had a nice phone stand next to your laptop, you could easily transfer files back and forth, make calls back and forth just from your laptop, or you could, actually use it almost as like a second monitor in a sense. Like you could have a video playing over here and control the video without having to touch your phone. You could have Netflix over here on your phone playing. You could have something holding it sideways like this, and then you could still control and pause play your smartphone without having to touch your smartphone, it's a really cool concept. I really love this idea. And I wish other laptops had this with other devices. It's very, very cool. Also, there's a second screen option, which you actually need a Galaxy tablet for. I don't have a Galaxy tablet anymore. A second screen would let you quickly and easily set up a secondary monitor with your Galaxy Tab. You need to make sure it's a certain level or newness of the Galaxy Tab for it to be fully compatible. But it looks awesome being able to use a secondary monitor for editing on the go. It just takes a little extra time to get it connected and all that stuff. When you say get to Starbucks and you have to pull out two devices instead of one or whatever. Anyway, it's really cool having the ability to utilize your full Samsung Galaxy ecosystem on the fly. And along with this, let me go ahead and show you some of the Galaxy integrations. So let me go ahead and record a new video right here live. So I'm recording this video. Hi, we'll wave. This is, I don't know what resolution it is. We'll record for 15 seconds or so, and it'll, you know, make a nice video file on the phone. And then what we can do is we can easily switch this over to the Galaxy just by clicking the share button, and then we can click, oh, there it was. Just click on the Galaxy notebook, basically. And then right here, the file's already coming across and it's downloading, and it's already downloaded. It downloaded literally that fast, and now we have the file on the laptop. So, I mean, like after years of struggling to transfer files from my phone to my laptop because they have different ecosystems, this is so cool. And it actually would make transferring video files and photos and stuff from your phone to your laptop insanely quick. Now, obviously, the bigger the file size, so you do 4K 60 frames per second or 8K video, it's going to take longer, but it's still a very fast transfer speed based on my initial testing. You love Samsung products? Dude, I love all fun tech stuff. Like, you know, I'm not loyal to any specific brand or company. I've owned all kinds of different company products. So, and I love that they did this with their, I mean, I love that this exists. I just wish it was compatible with all the different Android phones, I guess, or even iPhone. It would be really cool, but it's not, you know, it's the same way Apple doesn't make all of their products, you know, AirPlay possible, compatible with, you know, Samsung or other Android stuff. So it is what it is. All right. You know, they're trying to get you to buy into the ecosystem, and that's one of the ways in which they try to get you to buy, right? I don't know. That's how it is. Okay. Let's talk sound. You can modify your sound EQ a little bit right here inside of Dolby Atmos. So we can go to the settings here, and there's dynamic, music, detailed. You can also set a custom EQ if you want. I like leaving it on dynamic. Usually provides a nice overall sound with decent quality. Notifications. If you click on this, it's just going to send you to the Windows notifications section, where you can enable and disable different notifications. The display section, which we already went over. There is some security and privacy, so enabling and disable the camera and mic, which again, FN plus F10 will enable or disable as a hotkey, so you don't have to mess with it usually. And then there is advanced features, auto booting, start up when charger is connected and the lid is open. So if you want to, you can enable that. I probably wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to accidentally leave my machine on, you know, though this laptop doesn't make too much heat. Now there are 3 different fan profile modes. We have high performance, optimized, and quiet. Based on my initial testing, quiet uses, you know, around 20-ish watts to the CPU. Optimized uses, I can't remember. I think it's more like 25 to 30-ish in that range. And high performance can push up to about 40 watts of power through the Snapdragon processor. Keep in mind that the Snapdragon X Elite can go up to 80 watts of total power throughput, but there's very marginal, tiny gains beyond about the 30-watt range with these CPUs. I mean, maybe it's like 10%, maybe 15% more if you were to go all the way to that 80-watt range. It is there. The performance improvement could be there, but also depends on which Snapdragon SKU you're using, because there are the medium and lower end SKUs to the Snapdragon processor lineup, which I can briefly go over here. Let me see. I believe this was over on Notebook Check. They have a little overview of this. So here it is. You can see there is the Snapdragon X1E78 is the low end for the X Elite, but there's one below it, the Snapdragon X Plus. It has only 10 cores. All the Snapdragon X Elites all have 12 cores, but the main difference is going up to the X1E84, which allows the all-core frequency for all the cores to go up to 3.8 gigahertz fully engaged, and the dual core boost up to 4.2 gigahertz for up to 2 cores. Now, the X1E80 is the one we have in this laptop. So this third lineup right here, we can do up to 3.4 gigahertz on all 12 cores, or 4.0 on up to 2 cores. And the Adreno GPU also gets upgraded to a higher end one with more throughput if you go up to the X1E84 with up to 4.4 T-flops versus 3.8. So maybe like a 15-20% performance uplift, maybe. Now, overall, keep in mind that these 12 cores, they are not hyper-threaded. So we're single core, single thread with these, but they're all performance cores. So they can all go to the same level of frequency compared to a lot of the Intel or AMD CPUs right now that are like mix of performance cores and efficiency cores put together. Doesn't mean that you will get that full level of core performance all the time, as we'll see here in some CPU benchmarks that we're about to do. So yeah, let me pop back over to here and wait, did I pull that up in the right? I did not pull that up in the right window here. Hold on. Let me pull this over to here. Let me show you that so that you can understand what I'm talking about. And now, there we go. All right, so here is the Snapdragon X Elite, the actual page here. You can see the X1E 8.4 is the top end SKU here. And I wonder if the upgraded Snapdragon or the Book4 Edge might have this processor instead of this one, the X1E80. This is the processor that we have in this laptop, the Samsung Book Edge 4 at the $1,449 price point, 16-inch. So we're looking at 12 cores on all the X Elites, 10 cores on the Snapdragon X Plus. And then for the Adreno GPU, the top two here have 4.6 T-flops versus 3.8. Now the X1E78 does not have the dual core boost. So I believe the maximum boost on the single 1 or 2 threads is only going to be 3.4 gigahertz for that one. So the single threaded performance, single core performance will not be as high as the X1E or the 84 and 80 or 00 SKU versions. But overall, the majority of the performance is going to be very similar, I think, across the board for the most part. And keep in mind that in my testing, the Snapdragon X1E80 that we have in this laptop did not maintain 3.4 gigahertz at all cores all the time, even in the max performance mode. So it needs, I don't know why it doesn't, because the temps are not that high as far as I can tell, but it still doesn't maintain 3.4 nonstop. It does at the beginning, and then it goes down a little bit, which we can go over in here in a moment. But the Snapdragon X Elite, most of them are going to have pretty similar performance with slight differences between the GPU performance and the all-core max frequency or the 1 or 2 threads. That's the main differences between them. But in general, they're all 12-core, single-threaded, same total cache at 42 megabytes, and same memory speed, LPDDR5X at 8448 megatransfers per second, which is a very fast speed. And you will see in our AIDA64 test, it's extremely fast. So yeah. Okay, so hopefully that's better. Sorry we missed that. So, okay. Did you see any X1E 001DE processor laptops? No, I've not. So the Elite's better than the Plus, but there's very small differences between the different Elite versions, is the way I would describe it so far. Okay. Thank you guys so sorry for messing that up. Opened the browser window in the wrong browser. Okay. So we've done the S24 Copilot Plus integration. Well, let's talk about Copilot Plus a little bit. All right. So we'll do maybe a couple examples, but yeah. All right. So with the Samsung S24, if you set it up with the Copilot, let's press Copilot button. Here's the Copilot right here. Notice that there are different chats over here on the left. This is quite bright. I hope you can see this. Let's, I don't know, can we make it a little bit brighter? Yeah, that's quite a bit better. Okay. On the left, maybe we make this a little bit dimmer. I don't know. That's okay. That's the best we can do for right now. Okay. Notice there are different chats right here on the left, and there are different plugins that you can enable or disable. Okay. So if you want to do a Copilot Plus integration with your phone to be able to send a text message through your Galaxy S24, you need to have linked your phone to the laptop, and then this option will be checkable. So I check this, and then and now it's going to be enabled. Now we can create a new message saying like text blah blah blah, you know, text whoever, and they can create a message or whatever. So you can be like, send message to Pizza Hut. I don't know. I'm assuming Pizza Hut's a person in this scenario. Okay, it's still listening to me. Okay, I don't know what the best way to do this is. Okay, well, let's see what. I don't have Pizza Hut as a person in the contact. I'm gonna stop this. Okay. I'm glad I stopped it because it was about to show my phone number. So I can't really show the full integration because I don't want to show a phone number for a person on the live stream. Basically, I can probably put this into the final edit, but basically you can be like, text mom, good morning, can you meet me for lunch at 12? And it'll send a message through your phone using AI to create the message for you. And that's really, really cool. Now, you can do a lot of cool things like creating images. Like you can say, like I wanted to create an image of a futuristic landscape. So you can say, let's try this. Create image of a futuristic landscape. And it'll actually use AI to create an image based on your description that you give it. And you can be very descriptive in here. And it's using the DALL-E E3 to create this image. So you can click on a specific image if you want a higher render version of it. Oh, and you can actually select each object in here. Interesting. You can color pop each object. I don't know. Very, very interesting concept. And it's really cool that this is now integrated directly into Windows. So you could create all kinds of stuff. How's the image generation quality? I mean, I would say Midjourney is still a lot better, but this is cool. I haven't played with it enough. I did, I don't know, like 10 different prompts or something like that. I tried doing an anime girl dunking a basketball, and this is what it created. And this is the higher resolution version of this. So very cool that it did this with as high quality as it did, and it's free, and it's included with Windows. I mean, that's a cool thing. I'm not saying that everyone's going to do this for be able to use this to the same level that they do the other AI image generation, but it's so cool that it's now integrated into Windows. That's what I'm going to say. It's not generating offline, right? Well, let's try. Let's try. We can try disabling our Wi-Fi here. Okay. We are not connected to Wi-Fi anymore. Let's try a new one. Create image of a futuristic laptop. Oh, sorry, can't listen to you. Okay, let's see here. Does it work typing? Futuristic laptop. I don't think it's going to work. I think you still need to connect to the internet for this. I don't think this is being ran locally. So that is the answer to your question. Create image of a futuristic laptop. Let's see what Copilot creates with the DALL-E E3 AI image. Lothlorien is the forest in Lord of the Rings. Ooh, futuristic laptop. Much wow. I like how you just get random modern train, like planes and sports cars in the clouds on the table. The laptop is as big as the buildings in the background. I mean, it's pretty silly. Let's do a color pop on the laptop itself. Looks good. Oh, wow. That's hilarious. Okay, so I mean, Copilot's cool. I still don't think it's going to be too useful for most users yet, but it at least integrates ChatGPT basically. So it's really smart for talking with you. If you need to learn about general knowledge things, figure some stuff out on your computer, how to do some things, it can probably help you figure out what you want to do. Yeah, so last setting is keyboard backlight brightness. And I mean, you can just turn it up or down and turn it off when it's not in use and have a timer as well. Okay, so that's the software. That's the software. That's the Copilot integration. That's the Galaxy S24 integration. Let's move on to the speaker test with Decibel Meter. Thank you guys for sticking with me on this. I know it's been a bit challenging getting through that part, so I appreciate you. All right, let's go to the speaker test. Here we go. We're gonna plug in our, I don't know, I think we need to plug in our SSD anyway for all of our gaming tests. So let's just get that plugged in now and get the decibel meter out. Okay. Please, gaming. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there. I promise. Okay. Speaker test. Peter Spacey Roar, okay, is our first song. Let's see what our room ambient noise is. 41.56. Gotta redo it here. All right, so there's definitely some bass. It's not super clear bass, but there's definitely some bass and definitely some mids and highs. Let's check out Faded Aeon Half-Life. So it did really good with that song. The mids and highs sound good with the speakers. Deuce Williams, La La Love You Like. Okay, vocals and mids sound pretty dang good. Okay, so because there's not a dedicated subwoofer or dedicated tweeters, when you play music and audio that's very bassy, mids and highs all together, things kind of get a bit muddled because it just can't handle all of the different volume range and the frequency range all at the same time. So when it's just bass, it sounds pretty good, but it's not like amazing thumping bass. Like the clarity's not, it's like not, it's there though. You can definitely hear a thumping bass. The mids and highs, when it's just mids and highs, they sound pretty good, but when it's mids, highs, and lows all at once, everything gets muddled together. Okay, overall, I give the speakers, and they're very loud as well. Keep in mind that the decibel meter here is in the middle of the laptop, and the speakers are facing outward. They fire out to the left and to the right. So the actual volume would probably be a little bit louder if you put the decibel meter to the right or left of the laptop. So in terms of consuming media content and listening to music and stuff like that, they're pretty good, but they're not the definition and the overall clarity when everything is complex with mids, lows, and highs. Everything kind of comes apart a little bit. I'm thinking like an 8.3, 8.5, somewhere in that range. I mean, the volume is more like closer to what like a 9 laptop would be, but the clarity is more like what an 8.0 laptop would be. So I'm kind of trying to find the best balance between rating that. I'm going to go with 8.3 overall for the speakers on this thing. It's pretty loud, but the clarity and the bass and everything could definitely be better. Let's move into some fan noise testing with decibel meter. So this is where we're going to run some stuff in the background. I'm not sure what, I think honestly, the best way to tax this system is to run something like Cinebench R24 continuously. Is probably the best way, because that actually draws a lot more wattage from the power from the wall than running a game. Because the game actually runs only like 35 watts of power through the whole system versus running Cinebench R24 does like 55 watts. So I think that's what we're going to do today for our fan noise testing, which is weird to do, but I think it's the best way to test it. Otherwise, we're not really doing a full power draw from the CPU for our fan noise. Yeah. The Void says, hi, just make sure you're looking at the comments, please. I'm trying to, but I can't get too sidetracked. I won't be able to do Minecraft because any of the games that I install would have to be pre-installed before we do, the live stream. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get the fans rolling here. Cinebench R24 is going on in the background right now. We'll go ahead and pull up HW Monitor ARM 64 edition. And let me show you that. It's loading. Farouk says, how does this compare to MacBook speakers? I would say that the MacBook speakers are going to have better bass and better clarity throughout the whole range, especially MacBook Pro speakers in particular. MacBook Air, I don't know, that's kind of harder to say. Okay, you can see that we're pulling 2.7 gigahertz across all 12 cores right now, which is the most that I typically see after the initial first 30 seconds or so. This is like what it does across all the cores. under a typical workload. You can also see the temperatures are insanely good. They're only 60 to 70 degrees right now. So, I mean, we're not looking at high temps or anything. As I always do, I should raise the laptop up just a little bit, though it's not really needed even with this laptop, because it's not going to affect performance in any way. But now we've got the rear. Oops, sorry guys. We got the rear of the laptop raised up. Now notice there's no way to see the power draw. Hold on, y'all. Got to rotate this. You'll see that? Like normally you inside of here, you would see the power draw. But we cannot see the power draw in terms of watts. So the only way that we can do it is with this handy dandy tool. Man, I'm trying to get this to sit in the right spot for me, but it is just not wanting to do it. I don't know what to do. There we go. Okay. All right. So there, you can see our power draw for the whole machine is only 55 watts. It's insane. 55 watts. Berg says, can you set the power mode to best performance? Sure. We can make sure that the Windows power is also set to best performance. I don't think that's going to make any difference since it's using the Samsung app to determine performance. As far as I can tell, it's not made any change at all to the system performance. 2.7 gigahertz across all the cores. You can see our CPU package utilization says only 80% utilized on the power or for the CPU, which is weird. It's an all-core max performance type of benchmark, and yet we're only getting 2.7, and Qualcomm claims a 3.4 gigahertz all-core is what you should be able to get, but this is maybe what Samsung has configured this to. I don't know. Temperatures, as you can see, are very low, with max temps reaching only 70 degrees. So I'm like, why are we not getting the full 3.4 gigahertz out of the machine? I don't know. That's a weird situation. That said, my benchmarks line up with what Qualcomm claimed for CPU performance. So that's the weird part. Like, I don't know. Okay, so the Void says just 2.7 gigahertz. Seems weak to me. Mine does 4.5. So good comment in the sense that like it shows confusion, and I should clarify. Not all processors do the same amount of work per clock cycle. The like work per clock cycle, I can't remember the official term for it, but it will vary from CPU to CPU. So 2.7 gigahertz on these 12 cores might actually outperform, say, a Ryzen or Intel CPU that's doing 4.5 or 5.0 or whatever gigahertz on all cores. So it just depends. So your work per cycle instructions. Yeah. Omar says, imagine this in a couple of generations improving performance, an insane new technology, ARM to x86. It's going to be crazy. And honestly, my favorite thing about the X Elite launch is competition for Intel and AMD. They have been the only players in the field for so long. The fact that we can now have a competitor in the field that's actually competitive and more power efficient is awesome. Now, whether it's actually better for in terms of what you should buy right now in this moment is going to be up for debate. And I think for a good debate at this point. And I think this laptop will fit some users extremely well and other users very, very poorly. So, and I'll go over which users I think should buy this and which ones shouldn't at the end of the live stream in the summary. But yeah, just think like general users that don't need to play video games and don't need to use too many different unique apps will probably like this laptop a lot. Is like the quick way to summarize it. But advanced users who need to use niche apps and want to play a lot of video games probably won't want to get this laptop. Okay, so that gives you an idea of temperatures, performance. Let's check out the fan noise on max performance mode here. Okay, so here we go. That's crazy. This machine only goes up to 43.7 decibels under max performance. What? It's crazy. All right. And that's with 55 watts of throughput. Let's go to the optimized fan profile. So we're going to go to optimized now. Did you hear the fans ramp down? So I'm going back to high performance again. They're going to ramp back up. I'm holding the mic right down next to the fans, so it's going to be much more pronounced for you guys right now. All right, they're pretty high pitched. If anything, the downside to the fan noise is that they can be pretty high pitched. You go to optimize now. You can basically not hear the fans almost at all unless you're in a dead quiet room now. And also, when we did that, remember how we were doing 55 watts of power? Now we're doing 46 watts of power, 45, 46, 40. Yeah, so basically we went down 10 watts going through the CPU when we went to the optimized mode. So we went from like without the benchmark running, it's like 15 or so watts with everything running with screen brightness at max, 15, 16 watts. And then on optimized mode, we're at 45. And let's hear what the fan noise is. Basically, it's inaudible to the decibel meter at this point with the optimized mode. But you can barely hear it. I can hear it. If I go to the quiet mode, all right? If I go to quiet mode, the fans completely die pretty much. Let's take a look at the power meter. It goes down to 30. So the CPU is now only pulling 15 watts. 15, 16 watts, relatively speaking. And let's go to HW info, or HW monitor. And you can see the CPU now is only 2.2 gigahertz, approximately, across all cores. And it's not, let's say, I think sometimes it goes up and down a little bit here, but 2.2. If we go back to the optimized, now in optimized, it put 8 of the cores at 2.5 gigahertz and 4 of the cores at 2.2 gigahertz. So, and you can see the power draw went up again, another 15 or so. So you go from 15 watts to 30 watts to 45 watts going through the CPU approximately. Yeah. Instructions per cycle. IPC, Farrokh, that's right. Yeah, instructions per cycle. It's like how much information each clock cycle can process. And the Snapdragon X Elite, I think, has more data throughput than the AMD and Intel machines in terms of their IPC. Yeah, the benchmark's going to get hit in terms of changing modes, but I already did detailed benchmark testing already. So we can go over all the different results, including in battery mode. But if you guys want, we can play this out and just see what it gets in this run, because it'll be like a live 10-minute test. So back to high performance mode, 55 watts going through the CPU. PUBG YouTube, temps are low, but clock speed too low. Yeah, it makes me wonder what the full performance of 3.4 gigahertz. I don't know why Qualcomm claims 3.4 gigahertz if they're not actually running it at 3.4 all the time. For, you know, like it, we could try running it and seeing if it can hit 3.4 on all cores right as we started. I think it does for a short period. So this got 884 points switching between the different profiles. Obviously that's very good considering switching between all the different profiles. Let's go to here. All right. So right now you can see the clock speed when we're not running anything is bouncing around 3.4. And then 1 or 2 cores right here is as core 4 and 5 can go up to the 4 gigahertz level, or core 6, core 4 and 6. I don't know. They're 4, 5, and 6 seem to be jumping up to that 4 gigahertz range. Let's start a new one, and let's see here. Right at the start, we're at 3.4, 3.4, 3.4. We're at 3.4. 3.2, 3.0, 2.7. So it only did 3.4 across all cores for 10 seconds or so. I don't know, 10, 15 seconds. And then it went down to 2.7, and that's where it maintains. So it's a very short all-core 3.4 if it's really maintaining that for very long. Very interesting. Okay, let's talk what's next. So fan noise testing is extremely quiet. Basically 44 decibels, we'll round up to 44 decibels for high performance mode, 42 decibels for optimized, and basically not audible in quiet mode, which is really, really cool in terms of total fan noise. It's an extremely quiet machine. AIDA64 RAM test. Let's get into it, all right? So AIDA64 RAM speed. Holy shamoly. All right, so this is, let me make this bigger. There, I can make it a little easier to read. Okay, the 122 gigabits per second. That is the fastest read speed for RAM speed that I have so far tested out of any laptop, bar none. It was faster than the Kingston Fury Impact DDR5 6400 RAM that I have in my laptop or in the XMG Neo. That one when overclocked got up to like 110, I think, or around there. But this one's faster than that for the read speed. The write speed is slower at only 45,000, copy speed 63,000. But look at that latency, 8.1 nanoseconds is extremely fast. Typical laptop memory latency is like 70 nanoseconds or something. It's 70 to 110 or something. It's like the range that I typically see for latency on there. L1, L2 cache, also very fast speeds. So in terms of RAM speed, very snappy, extremely snappy. And maybe that partially is what contributes to the really fast day-to-day performance. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next test. CrystalDiskMark. What? Why is it changing the type instead of scrolling down? Okay, so I ran CrystalDiskMark at two different times. You can see we got 3,780 read, 2,800 write. Very fast SSD. Not the fastest by any means, but it's a plenty fast SSD to do all your day-to-day stuff, video editing, Photoshop, all of that. No problem. Won't be an issue. And then I also did the test in the x86 version just for fun's sake. And we basically had a very similar result between x86 and ARM. That was just for funsies. Now let's talk Cinebench R23 in quiet mode. So this means quiet mode, we're only pulling around 15 watts of power into the CPU. Very low. And this is running all cores at around 2.2 gigahertz. We got 748, and for our single core, 119. Now, we did balanced mode, did 800 points with 119 for the single core. So single core stays the same whether you're in quiet mode or balanced mode. And high performance mode, 928 points with 119. So single core stayed the same regardless, and multi-core went up to 928. So when we basically triple the watts going through the system, we only get another 200 and not even 200 points, 180 more points for the multi-core points. You know, like that's not that big of a difference. And the single core is the same, whether you're running 15 watts through the CPU or you're running 45 watts. It's crazy. So very, very, very impressive amount of performance for the system. Let's go to the bench, the Cinebench R23 with battery mode. So this is with battery mode in high performance. We got 841. So you lose about 80 points off of the high performance when you're in battery mode. And you also lost 6 points off of the single core. So single core performance is like 96% as good in battery. And when you're in non-battery mode, it's such a small difference. Like from a performance perspective, you're gonna struggle to tell when you're plugged in versus when you're unplugged. And this is completely different from most Windows laptops. When I use my Blade 18 and I use that i9-14900HX, or you use an Intel Core 7 or Core Ultra 9 or whatever CPU, or AMD Ryzen, the G14, whatever laptop you're using, you use that thing when it's plugged in, it's a beast. It's so fast, it's so responsive. But the moment you unplug it, even browsing the web and opening tabs, everything gets a bit slower. Like it gets a little bit more sluggish. And it's noticeable for me. And I think for most of you out there, you know that. Like it's going to go a little bit, it's going to take a couple seconds longer to load a web page or to open a browser, to open a game or whatever. It's going to take a little bit longer. With the Snapdragon X Elite, it doesn't really take longer. It goes like 90% as fast, which is a much more difficult amount of time to identify. So that's the thing about it that I would say is really, really good. That's the thing I love about the X Elite, is that the power efficiency when you're on battery mode is so good that you hardly notice that you're on battery at all. And then the battery life is also pretty dang impressive. I did some battery I did like a Netflix battery test with it, watched some episodes of How I Met Your Mother, and um, and at 60% brightness and 60% volume, it was estimating 15 hours and 31 minutes. I don't, if you, you probably can't see this very well, but Windows, I can't read the battery draw on this machine at all with the HW monitor. So it's really hard to estimate battery life based on different applications and everything. The best way I can estimate how much, how much juice each thing takes is with this power meter over here on the left. But that doesn't work very well when you're, in battery mode, because you can't use the power meter when you're in battery mode. But when you're watching a Netflix video or stream some YouTube or something, if you use the right browser like Edge, Microsoft Edge is very power optimized for this processor, an ARM compatible browser that is, and you're watching something that is, tricks all the efficiency things. Basically, like, if you watch certain types of content or play certain types of things, it's going to be less efficient. But if you do like, there's a media encoder that basically can play the videos at very low power draws. Then you're basically just using the screen, that little media encoder, and the speakers. And at that point, 60% brightness, 60% volume, 15 hours of Netflix estimated over 15 hours. And I believe it. It was barely taking the battery juice after watching a whole episode. It was like 97% left on the battery, which is pretty insane. Let's talk Geekbench 6.2 high performance mode. Now, I want to also mention regarding the battery life is if you do more intensive things, you can still kill the battery life on this laptop probably in 2.5 to 3 hours. If you're going max performance, max brightness, you're cranking a video edit or Cinebench R24 nonstop, like that's about what I would say you should expect. Like 2.5 to 3 hours of intense, video rendering. But if you're doing video editing, the power draw is going to go up and down a lot more, and you're going to be a lot more power efficient. So I'm thinking like video editing is probably going to be more like 4 to 6 hours of moderate intensity type of application work versus, you do something that's just nonstop max power draw, like 2.5 to 3. And that's at a 60 watt hour battery. So if you had a battery that was even bigger paired with the X Elite, you could have like significantly more battery life. Okay. This is the Geekbench 6.2. I don't really like Geekbench very much, but this is it because a lot of people will want to know. This is high performance mode, Geekbench 6.2. We got 2658 on the single core, 14.176, 172 on the multi-core. Very high performance. This is higher than what most Intel and AMD laptops can pull for like thin and light laptops. It's not as good as what the i9-14900HX can pull. We can there's laptops with a lot more performance, a lot more cores, a lot more heat, a lot bigger. But in terms of thinner, lighter, more portable laptops, this is an exceptionally good score that is very competitive with even MacBooks. On battery mode in Geekbench 6.2, this is plugged in, high performance, 2650, 14.1. And then on battery, we got 2528, 13490. So we only lost like 100 something for single core, and for multi-core, we only lost about 600 or so. And again, so that shows you like you're getting like 95% of the performance of the CPU, even when you're on battery mode. And that is just, I think that's the number one reason to potentially buy a Snapdragon X Elite product, is you get high performance even on battery, and it's really not even pulling that high of wattage. Like if you go down to the quiet mode and you're only drawing 15 watts of additional power through the CPU, even when video editing, it's still going to work pretty dang well, and it's going to not draw that much juice. You still get better performance than probably what you get on a lot of AMD and Intel laptops, even in that only 15 watt mode. So, and then you're talking probably lots of battery life, even doing productivity things. So very, very interesting. Okay, so we did a whole bunch of benchmarks. Let's talk Timespy. Here's the Timespy. 1730 is for our GPU score 5,156. This right here is emulated benchmark performance. Okay, what does that mean? It means that the Timespy is an x86 application that needs to go through the Microsoft emulation layer, and so it has to be translated before it can be executed on the CPU and GPU. So basically, very big performance hit compared to what the CPU, GPU can actually do. So this goes to show you that really 1700 in emulated games is, you're talking only like strategy games and very old legacy titles are going to play well through emulation. Okay, so don't expect too much in terms of GPU performance, especially through emulation. Now we did wildlife in quiet mode. All right, so this is the wildlife benchmark in 3D Mark. And so this is one that is ARM native. So we're getting native ARM performance here with the Snapdragon X Elite X1E80 and Adreno GPU, 98 FPS on average, 16,414 for our score. And I switched it over to the high performance mode, and we only got a few hundred points more, or not even that, only 50 points more in high performance mode, which is like a rounding error. So in terms of 3D performance, you can get the same 3D gaming performance in quiet mode as you do in high performance mode. Apparently that does not impact your GPU power limits, as far as I can tell. And when running these benchmarks through the GPU, the whole system only pulls 35 watts total. So that's even less than the max CPU, which pulls 55 watts. So you're only looking at 20 watts of power going through that GPU to be able to play games. So you're looking at probably several hours of gaming when you are gaming on the system. Pasty Patsy says, so Apple's M series chips blow it out of the water. It really depends on which benchmark you look at, Pasty Patsy. You know, such a funny name. You know, if you look at CPU benchmarks, like the Geekbench score, this Snapdragon X Elite is ahead of the M1 and M2, and it's very close with the M3. The M4 is a little bit ahead of the X Elite. And if you look at the GPU performance, I believe the M series is ahead, depending on which model you get. I think it does beat certain like M1 or maybe M2 lower GPU versions, but it depends. I would say in general though, especially the M3, M4, definitely ahead in the GPU category. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but I think it's something like that. Now we've got, I think, a couple more benchmarks. So I did Wildlife Extreme as well. We got 6,369, 38 FPS here. And then we also did Steel Nomad Lite. So 2,079, 15.4. Selmify, I was changing it into high performance mode. Don't worry. I did. I checked it to make sure twice. Like I was like, this is weird that it's the same. Do you think, I mean, we could even run it for you right now. We can look at the power draw. We're about to get into some actual game testing and see what kind of FPS we get. But you can see right now we're pulling a high amount of wattage. Well, it was pulling 55, 60 watts loading 3D Mark, but watch once we get into the actual games, it's going to be less. Selmify, we are in high performance mode. You can see, well, we were, I don't know why it's, power mode is set automatically while in high performance power plan is used. So when you're in the Samsung power mode of high performance, it is automatically set to high performance. And that's the way, that we tested it. So don't worry about that. We can go ahead and run Wildlife. This is probably the best benchmark for ARM64 CPU, GPU performance. Maybe Wildlife Extreme. I'm not sure if to say that one's better. Did I make the PowerShell command? I did not do a PowerShell command. I'm running this as Samsung designed it to be ran. I don't want to try to override their settings that they set for it. I believe that the GPU, CPU maybe, tamed down a little bit, given their firmware and BIOS and everything. It could potentially, I think, have extra performance. Just like a lot of, NVIDIA and AMD GPU, CPUs, you can use third-party applications to get unlock additional performance. That's certainly not within the scope of today's live stream. So, but yeah, I would not be surprised if you could get a noticeable performance bump. Man, this screen, it looks so good. Okay, so here we are. We're rendering video. We're averaging 90 FPS. It was 120 for a little bit. Now it's at 90. So we're in the middle of this, and we're only pulling 35 watts of power through the system. That's so low to be rendering a 3D environment. 120 FPS. I think we're frame capping at 120 now that I see this. Because I don't see it ever going over 120. Let's see if it ever goes over 120. Because we're at 120 hertz refresh rate. Maybe it stops at being able to go beyond that. That might be a limitation of this benchmark, which would be a very silly one if they have it set to have a max frame rate for a benchmark. 13,908 that time. What did we have before? Let's see. Wildlife, high performance mode. We got 16,000 before. We got a lot of other things running in the background right now. We got a bunch of stuff open. So that's probably why it was a little bit lower this time. But because last time, I tried to run it, a very optimized manner with everything closed. But yeah, that shows you the power draw being around 35, maybe 40 watts when under a 3D load, which is really, really cool to see that it's so power efficient. Now let's go into, so we did Cinebench 24. We've done all the 3D Mark. Let's talk game and app compatibility. This is a huge issue because it's the Snapdragon X Elite ARM, and this is kind of the Achilles heel of the platform. So areas that I think you're going to run into app compatibility are custom developed applications, say for like enterprise applications, like businesses, that like if it's like it may or may not run basically through the emulation layer. And think of it like, imagine you're talking to a friend with Google Translate. They don't speak English, they speak Spanish or something, and you're having to use Google Translate to talk to them. Sometimes, Google Translate generally works really well to get the general ideas and stuff across, but sometimes it doesn't quite translate right and it gets a word wrong. and it's kind of it's a miscommunication that happens, and the conversation breaks down. And that's basically what happens when the emulation layer fails. So you end up with the program throwing an error because of that miscommunication. Sometimes it can be recovered and reran, or you backtrack and do something else to get it to work. But sometimes it's just going to crash the application, and it might prevent it even from loading. So that's a problem. Now, I think that this is not going to affect most applications. I think the majority of applications are going to run fine through the emulation layer, including most enterprise applications. But I would say that the more obscure and unique applications that are like custom developed, the more likely you're going to run into the emulation layer being a problem. If you're talking generalized Windows applications, there's a lot of core apps that are already translated into native ARM. We've got Microsoft Office, the Adobe Suite, lots of productivity tools. Qualcomm and Microsoft have been pushing for ARM compatible apps for a while now, since 2012, when they first launched their ARM version of Windows. So it's not perfect though. That's the truth. It's still not perfect, and you're going to run into problems with peripherals as well. So sometimes when you plug in a peripheral like my Spider 5 Elite, the driver that it normally used to detect the peripheral just won't be detected. So that might happen to printers, that might happen to other things, mice, keyboards, stuff like that. Occasionally you're going into those driver issues, and it needs to be updated or fixed or brought over to an ARM version. And there's just, I mean, if I were to guess, I would guess that 80-90% of everything is going to work just fine, but there's going to be it's going to suck when something doesn't want to work for you. And so if you've got a lot of obscure apps, a lot of third-party apps that you need to use, you definitely would want to buy this from the mindset of, well, let me try out the apps to make sure that they work and I'm not running into problems. And if you run into problems, make sure you get it from a place that you can return it. Best Buy has a very generous return policy. So if you run into app compatibility issues that prevent you from being able to use this product, you could return it. Also, since the emulation layer from Microsoft is being developed constantly, and they're trying to improve on it constantly, I would guess that within 6 months, the percentage of apps that are going to work is going to go up. And then after 2 years, it's going to go up again. So it's going to be a product that the emulation layer is going to constantly get better. And I did a ton of game testing to see which games will even load or run or crash. And I managed to find 10 games that worked fine, that out of my game library that I have existing out of about 35 games or so. And I tested most of my games to see. So let's go over which ones worked, which ones didn't, and we'll go from there. Okay. And also, in terms of game app compatibility, if a game does not work natively through ARM, natively through ARM or the emulation layer, another option for playing that game would most likely be GeForce Now. GeForce Now allows you to stream through the cloud to your PC as long as you have fast internet and you're located somewhere near one of the GeForce Now servers. It's going to work really, really well. I tested it. I got the GeForce Now Ultimate. You have to pay for a subscription if you want high resolution and high refresh rate gaming, but you can do QHD gaming, which is almost the native res here, at 120 hertz refresh rate, and play games really, really well. I went ahead and bought it, and so I can show that to you guys here today as well for our game testing. So let's go through all the different issues. All right. Now, during my initial setup, all of the applications that I install were installing all at the same time, and everything was going very, very smooth. There's a snappy setup. Epic Games, however, crashed on me. I had to download the updated installer and install the latest version for it to work. Now, Downloaded speeds were very fast at 409 megabits per second in the same room as my Wi-Fi router. And yeah, I got up to 462 megabits per second. So the Wi-Fi is very, very fast on this laptop. All of the games that use Easy Anti-Cheat are not ARM compatible. If Easy Anti-Cheat becomes ARM compatible, that is like half of the games that I have on my Steam library. Like a lot of them use Easy Anti-Cheat. And so this could be largely fixed when Easy Anti-Cheat is brought over to ARM compatibility, or at least then it becomes about, is the game compatible? Because if you can't launch Easy Anti-Cheat, then the game itself won't launch either. So Apex Legends won't launch. BattleBit, which is another like competitive shooter, which I thought would probably run really well on this ARM CPU and GPU, it actually couldn't even load because Easy Anti-Cheat wouldn't let it load. Apex Legends crashed. This kept popping up, which was interesting. I don't normally get this request, but let Windows and apps access your location. This kept coming up over and over, requesting my location. Eventually, I had just said yes because I wanted it to stop. Dead Space failed to load, and this was the error it gave me. Failed to initialize display adapter. Please ensure your video card is compatible. Let me zoom in a little bit more so you can see these a little better. Please ensure your video card is compatible and the drivers for it are installed. So I couldn't initiate the Adreno GPU for some reason. So this is a Qualcomm driver issue, I think. Though I don't think that Dead Space would probably run very well anyway. Doom Eternal said failed to allocate video memory. Helldivers 2 says incompatible CPU detected. Your CPU must support AVX instructions to run the game. So AVX is a special thing on a CPU that needs to be added to be able to encode and decode AVX instructions. And the Snapdragon does not, the X Elite does not have that, as far as I can tell. Hogwarts did load into the game, but after loading into the game one time, it refused to load into the game again. For some reason, it just loaded into a black screen. Maybe with more tweaking, we could get Hogwarts to work actually, but I didn't have enough time to deal with it because I was trying to test like my whole game library. But that's what happened with Hogwarts Legacy. Elden Ring, Easy Anti-Cheat again, not ARM64 supported. So Elden Ring wouldn't load for me. Dying Light 2, you press play, it just doesn't do anything. It starts to load and then it just crashes, nothing happens. Halo Infinity, Easy Anti-Cheat again, not gonna let you play. Starfield, it starts to load and then it crashes. Cyberpunk 2077 crashed on me, but Cyberpunk 2077 does work, but I just wanted to note that it crashed on me after loading into the game at one point. I think the emulation layer failing. Microsoft Flight Simulator, your computer does not meet the minimum requirements. You may experience errors during the game and then the game crashes. There's the Calibrate. PUBG fails to launch. Installation of the security services required to run this game is failing. So the anti-cheat, again, not working. Red Dead Redemption did work to get into the settings here. The emulator worked to get into the settings, but actually trying to load the game did not work. And also, I had this happen in a few games where it loaded the game into a tiny window rather than going to full screen. So that's another driver issue that Qualcomm needs to address. Last of Us Part 1 just won't launch. Far Cry 5 did launch and I was able to benchmark it and play it. Averaged 32 FPS, but I moved on from it because I was like, it had all kinds of stutters and glitches visually speaking. It was not a good enough gameplay experience, but maybe through a driver update, the game could actually be quite playable. Yakuza Like a Dragon would not load due to system not having minimum requirements, it says. CPU does not support AVX instruction set. Jedi Survivor would not go past the logo screens. And we'll get past these benchmarks. And that leaves us down to the games that did get to work for us, which is The Witcher 3, Rainbow Six Siege, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Palworld, God of War. I can't remember if that actually worked. I think it did. Cyberpunk 2077, Counter-Strike 2, Control, Brotato, and Baldur's Gate 3, which we're now going to test as well. So, yeah, it's for games. The if easy anti-cheat became ARM64 compatible, well, I think that would open up like half of my game library to actually maybe work. And then also, you know, I think we just need a new GPU, a new Adreno GPU designed from Qualcomm that's going to be higher performance as well. Because this, as you'll see, I think we're going to look at 30 to 60 FPS, maybe even under 30. Like 1% stutters are going to be pretty bad in a lot of the games. So let me open up Afterburner, make sure that's going, make sure we have an overlay enabled. We do. Okay, very nice. I want to showcase the good as well before we get into, I want to showcase two games and give you an example of how this works for cloud game streaming. So the way cloud streaming works, of course, you're connected to a server. It's streaming the video that's being rendered on another machine, and you're just getting the video that's encoded in a quick latency. It's usually like, I don't know, 50 millisecond delay, anywhere from, well, it depends on, GeForce Now is faster, and it really depends on which server you're doing too. But let's do Halo Infinite. All right. We're going to do Halo Infinite, and we're going to show you what it looks like with the Xbox streaming service. And honestly, the visuals are not that good to me, mainly because the resolution is fairly lackluster. Audio is good. You can hear that game audio coming through. Piazza says, Microsoft ARM division, let's go. One thing worth mentioning here, GeForce Now gives you the ability to play games. However, game files are server-side executed, so you can forget playing modded ones. Oh, okay, interesting. That's true. Okay, so know that when playing any of these cloud game services, your resolution is going to be dependent upon, you know, what tier, for example, you pay in GeForce Now. If you go to the Ultimate, you can do QHD gaming at 120 hertz or 4K gaming at 60, I think, or 1080p gaming at 240 hertz. So you can get really responsive, smooth gameplay as long as you're very close to the servers and have a good internet connection. But this is Halo Infinite, and you can see the graphics are good, but the video is a bit pixelated for my taste. You know, and it's got some visual artifacts to it that are, I think, pretty noticeable. Let's see if we can kill these grunts here without dying. It's kind of hard to control right now. And we died. No. I've got a Band-Aid on my finger, and it's very weird playing the game right now. Okay, so we got one. Let me turn the sound back on, but not as loud, because the audio on this is a bit loud right now. What? I just got one-shot sniped over here. I think I might be playing on legendary mode. I can't remember. Because I was playing the campaign on this. So the main issue I have with this is not that it doesn't play smooth. It does play smooth. So we finally managed to kill them all. Oh, wait, there's one more over here. Okay. All right, so looking at the detail here, when you're standing still, the detail looks... let's get to some cover. You know, the detail looks good when you stand still. Like the textures on the planes, everything looks good. Then you start moving around, you start moving. As soon as you start moving, like the video codec, you know, it starts getting a little bit blurry. Like look at the leaves and the distance in the trees. It's not as good as natively rendering the game, but it's a good gaming experience still. That's the main thing I want to point out here, is that it's still a good gaming experience, and it's not one that is like awful. And let's see here. Can I swap this out? I can't remember how to swap it out. Off the top of my head. Anyway, and the gameplay latency, like if I can show you, there is a little bit of latency. You can see it, right? I move the mouse, and then there's just a slight delay to actually aiming. And that's from the cloud game streaming services. The Xbox game streaming has a bigger delay than GeForce Now. So GeForce Now is another game streaming service that you can use, and you can hook in your existing game libraries to be able to play games. So a really good example that I tested out earlier today is Starfield. And you can basically play your entire existing game library on an RTX 4080 desktop, which is going to be better than what even the RTX 4090 laptop GPU would be. And as long as you are great internet connection close to one of the servers, it's going to be a really good gaming experience. And you'll see that it's actually quite a bit better detail here in GeForce Now. So, and like Piazza said, if you try to do mods, it's going to be possible. Well, it's going to be possible to do mods, but only when they're brought into the game through the cloud. Like you're not going to be able to do any local game file type modding because you have very limited access to the local server. Let's go through the settings that we're running right now on this laptop. Or this through the GeForce Now. And interestingly enough, this did not save my graphics preset. I set this to ultra earlier. Let's turn off dynamic resolution. And we're going to turn on DLSS and frame gen, and we'll turn off reflex, and now we'll continue confirm. So from a gameplay experience perspective, this is basically almost as good as a native gameplay experience for Starfield in particular, because it's a single player game that's not a competitive shooter. And that, I think, is the key. Trying to get this lined up better. There we go. Okay, and you can't really see it very well. Let me see if I can get this zoomed in here. Right now, we're getting an average of 156 FPS. All right. And this is at 2560 by 1600 resolution. And it looks that good, pretty much. Like there's a little bit of visual artifacting and a little bit of screen tearing kind of that goes on with the game stream service, but it looks dang good. Like, especially when you're not doing too fast of motion. And honestly, this also feels a lot smoother because we're doing 120 FPS streaming. So it's actually being streamed to me locally at 120 FPS. And you can do up to 240 FPS at 1080p. So we even though this is rendering at 166 FPS, it's not actually being shown to the laptop at 166. This is being shown to the laptop at 120. Now, if we start fighting, you can get a better idea of what it's like to use combat. And I can aim fine. I can do everything just fine here. Like, it feels good to fight. Not sure why, but my mouse. I think my mouse got disconnected. And okay, I died. But you can see like the general gaming experience is pretty dang good, right? Like the visual detail is there. The responsiveness feels pretty good, and the resolution is good. There's very minimal graininess, and this is with a good internet connection in the same room as the router. That's important. If you try to do this in some obscure room in your house that's really far from the router, it's not going to be as good. If you try to do this with a plugged in Ethernet cable, it'll probably be even better because I'm currently over Wi-Fi. But that gives you an idea of GeForce Now integration. That's not running locally, right? That's running through our through the cloud servers. Let's go into Baldur's Gate 3 and then let's hope everything runs well. Here we go. What GPU is that? Mars, this is with the RTX 4080 desktop streaming through the GeForce Now services. That was not being ran locally on the Adreno GPU. So we're going to play, we're going to try DirectX 11 for Baldur's Gate 3. So Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the games that Qualcomm themselves have even said, hey, it runs pretty good. So let's see how well it runs. All right. Fingers crossed for high FPS. So, I mean, I'm expecting 30 FPS at 1080 is what I'm expecting, okay? On low settings, just so you know. But the main thing is that it's playable and it's a good experience. All right, let's go to our settings. Video is currently set to borderless. Let's do full screen. And let's try. All right, we're going to try the full resolution. 2880 by 1800 resolution. We'll try the full resolution, but we'll try FSR2 at ultra performance. Everything is set to low, all right? Let's see how we do. Do I think vapor chamber cooling makes a big difference in gaming laptops? Pro 7i versus Pro 9i, for example. Not usually too big a difference, but it depends. I usually vapor chamber cooling allows the laptop to be a little bit thinner. And therefore it's more of a premium upgrade for making the laptop a little bit more portable. That's usually the way I would think about it. But heat pipes or vapor chamber both can be really good. Okay, so we're at the full resolution, but at extreme FSR2 performance. And take a look at us. We're moving. We were at 48 FPS there for a little bit. 45. Our 1% low is only 5. Let me go ahead and reset it. I just reset it, actually. Oh, look. Can you play by touch? I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3 with touch. This is the first time I've ever played this game with touch before. It's kind of cool, actually, but it's kind of hard to... Got to rotate the camera. Whoa, rotating the camera dropped our FPS for a moment there. Let's go here. Can you cast Featherfall for us? Yeah, and now we'll go back and we'll go here. Let's go. Okay, so that's what the graphics look like on low. They actually look pretty good for the face.
Your enterprising approach to my problem is most encouraging. But it is a delicate process to keep my conditions stable. I do not yet need to consume an item.
Frame rate graph shows some instability, especially at certain moments, but much of the frame rate graph is pretty smooth now. Can we talk to Shadowheart?
So that's what people mean when they talk about butterflies.
Butterflies in the stomach.
Did you want something?
You and I, we share something special, I think.
Very serious of you. But go ahead.
Admit it, you've never had a relationship quite like this one, have you?
I could remember. I'm not sure I'd tell you. I don't want your ego to get overinflated.
Oh, man. We should journey separately for now.
Shame. I thought we were doing well together. Perhaps I'll see you at camp. Farewell.
Need to find a way forward.
Okay, so we're gonna... Can I jump? Jump. Down. Whee! Okay, and, we had some FPS stutters there. Going into it seems like anytime we go to a new area or point the camera at a new area. Okay, well, it's actually pretty smooth now. It struggles.
No traps, please.
Let's try going into this area. Move to a new environment, see how well it loads. That was actually a pretty smooth transition. That said, we're averaging 40 FPS during this whole gameplay experience. Let's reset it again. We're doing 55. Let's try upping the FSR from ultra performance. Let's try going to balance. This is probably going to kill our FPS, but let's see. Things look much clearer now. And we're still doing 30 FPS. That's actually way better gaming experience to me. Like, the clarity looks just light years better. Trying to talk to Asterion. But the FPS is also quite a bit lower now.
It's simple. Just find a vampire that will drink your blood and turn you into a vampire spawn. They're obedient puppet. In theory, the next step is to drink their blood.
Okay.
And that, you're free.
Okay. So we'll do the test at ultra performance for our official benchmark test. But let's go to our normal area and where we are fighting the goblins. Giants under the sea. Do you find that vapor chamber cooling? Okay, yeah, there you go. Never mind. Satwick says, if I may ask a related question, the Gen 9 Pro 7i 4090, i9 32 gig for 2070 at the local store. What chance it'll ever go this low again? Not likely. That's pretty low. That's a good deal. That is a good deal. Lord, the graph looks like a plotter. Yeah, the graph is pretty inconsistent. Okay, so here we are. We'll reset our FPS graph, end the turn. We're averaging 48 FPS so far in this fight. So this is probably more like best case scenario. That said, Baldur's Gate 3 usually does have some stutters in it, especially inside of combats. So it's actually playing pretty smoothly considering. Like, if I turn DLSS down, right, to like performance or maybe balanced, the FPS is going to go down pretty noticeably. So you have to decide, what do you value? We averaged 49 FPS on ultra performance though, and I feel like that's pretty good. that's definitely in the, that's definitely at a point where, let's try performance. That's at a point where you could play the game. All right, we'll try. This is at performance now. Things are looking quite a bit clearer. Let's see what FPS we get now. 32, 31. I mean, for a game like this, I'd probably try to average 30. I get the best visuals for 30 FPS that I can. And this looks like we're pretty close to where what that is, you know. So 32 FPS at DLSS or FSR at performance instead of ultra performance gives you an idea of Baldur's Gate 3 gameplay. It's actually playable, but it's not necessarily your ideal gaming experience. And if you, I mean, it's definitely not your ideal gaming experience for Baldur's Gate 3, but it definitely seems playable. The thing about it is, if you were to go for a native gaming app, a native gaming laptop, it's actually such an easy game to run. You can run everything on ultra settings and get like 150 FPS. Again, that's only plugged in. Like, you get very similar performance plugged in or not with this one at least. Okay, Brotato is, let me turn this down. Brotato is a game where you pick an egg. I have a lot of mods on here. So you pick an egg and then you fight based on the starting characteristics of your egg. Let's see here. Is there a way to change the resolution? I don't see. It doesn't seem to like 16 by 9 as much. So we'll do this. We're probably going to die. Let's get another gun. We'll combine and we'll buy this Stereoceptor. Okay, here we go. So you move around and you try not to die to all the creatures coming after you. You can see that there's the frame time graph is, oh goodness, almost died there. It's like this is like a survival game where you constantly upgrade your character. It's a rogue-like game where you can only you get more powerful as you go and you upgrade your guy, and you survive each wave when each wave gets progressively harder and harder, and you see how far you can go. And it's a really fun game. I played a lot of it actually. So we'll just take that and we can get that upgrade, and then we'll combine this gun and we'll grab that. You can see we're getting 60 FPS, nice solid 60 FPS, great gameplay experience. I'm mainly just showing this game to show you that there are going to be a lot of 2D adventure type games on Steam that you could play on this laptop and have a great gaming experience. But that's going to be a more nuanced approach to gaming because a lot of gamers are going to want to play the more extreme new titles, right? So to play those new titles though, unless you're talking about really optimized games like Baldur's Gate 3, you're going to need to go for GeForce Now to stream those titles. GeForce Now does allow you to play, I think, 1,800 games through GeForce Now. So, and then you're dealing with latency issues, making sure you have good internet, and you have to pay extra a month, like a subscription fee, to be able to play those. So, and you're not playing it locally. So here's Control. Here is Control. Control is a game NVIDIA helped create, whatever you want to call it. And to showcase ray tracing and test ray tracing performance. I need to set this to, wow, I can't even change the settings right there. We're going to need to close this, and we'll need to go to 200 there. Maybe make this a little smaller. Okay. the overlay was too big to see. So Control is another game that actually does run. I don't know if it's running natively or through emulation. I think it's running through emulation. And we're having to really massively reduce the settings to be able to get this to be playable, by the way. We'll show you the settings here in a second. Okay, so the display is currently set at 1280 by 800. So we're talking Steam Deck resolution, basically. Quality preset, we're going to go to low. Resolution, we're going to go to low. All the settings we can turn off, we're going to go turn them off. Let's hit continue game. So basically, you're going to need to set almost all games, unless they're a really old game, to low. Okay, so here we're in Control. We're on low settings. We're at basically 720p, averaging 70 FPS. Actually, that's better than I thought. I'm actually really surprised. I did not think it was going to be this good. During my preliminary testing, I don't think it did this well. So I'm really, really impressed. Also, check out our power pull graph. We're pulling 50 watts right now, so we're slamming the CPU and the GPU together in this game. But wow, it's actually really playable. I'm actually very surprised. I did not think that this game was going to be playable. Makes me wonder if we were to up the resolution to 1080p, how are we going to do then? I don't think it's going to let me do 1080, is it? I don't know why it's... Oh, this was one of the games that was really funky with running in a little tiny window when it initially launched. Very, very weird. Reset the FPS counter. Overall, I'm kind of impressed that it's actually running this well, to be honest with you. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Counter-Strike 2. Yeah, the frame time graph was looking like an ECG. It was true. It was like, ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. So Counter-Strike 2, when on low settings, should be very optimized. I believe this is going to be running through emulation. I'm going to try to have this power pull graph shown here during the gameplay. Okay, let's go to video settings. So right now we're actually at the full max resolution. We probably would want to turn this down, actually. It's 2880 by 1800, but let's see here. We're running FSR. Let's go to performance. All right. Like, I'm guessing if we... Well, I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see how many FPS we get. 2880 by 1800 with performance FSR. That means our render resolution is still very low. Hey, it actually looks pretty good. Our average FPS in the top right corner says 45 right now. This guy's gonna totally kill me. Ah, the guy came out of nowhere. So I'm noticing a little bit of stutter upon load in, and then things get a lot smoother. Oh, it got a bit stuttier. It had like a stutter as soon as we started shooting, and then it got smooth again. It's not good if it stutters when you start shooting. Okay, that was an easy kill. Oh goodness. Oh yes. No. Yes! Double kill! Triple kill, let's go! And dead. So we are actually able to play. Let's try turning the resolution down. Let's try 1900 by 1200. Because we at least want 60 FPS, ideally, right? Right now it's showing 50 for 42. Seems to stutter a little bit less right now. Okay, more playable. We've got 4 kills in a row.
You gotta transfer Discord off the Discord. You do it from the Discord app.
Okay, I mean, this feels much smoother now than it was when we were at the ultra high resolution. I'm guessing we were running out of VRAM or something. Because we had those big stutters before. Now we're not stuttering as much anymore. Kill Stealer. Looks like we're averaging around the 50 FPS mark. Approximately. 60 there. We got ourselves an op. Reload. Like, it's stuttering a little bit. It's definitely impacting gameplay in a negative way. But a lot of the gameplay is pretty good, and I'm pretty sure I have a positive kill death overall. So yeah, we have 14 kills, 10 deaths. It's not too bad. Okay, so that's Counter-Strike 2 on low settings, 1920 by 1200. Even smoother gameplay could definitely be had if you drop the resolution to like 1280 by 800. Probably could get over 60 FPS. Well, yeah, it's playable. Starters here are too much for my taste. Yeah, well, especially when it was at 2880 by 1800, it was real stuttery. And I mean, it's the kind of thing that's like, you know, I would, like, if you're a Counter-Strike 2 player, you're playing it seriously, don't. That's not good. That's not good enough to take a game seriously. But if you're like, my friend wants to play Counter-Strike 2 for an hour, like, and we're just going to go goof off, you're like, yeah, it's fine. Like, you can just go goof off with your friends and play. But that's about... You could not take the game seriously at that performance level. What's up, Ahmed? Welcome to the stream. Counter-Strike 2 will decide the fate of this product now. Wonder what will happen when games start to get native ARM support. See, Eric, if games get native ARM support, and then if Qualcomm comes out with a specialized X Elite or something that's like with an extra big GPU that's like maybe triple the GPU performance, I mean, then you could actually at least get 120 FPS probably gaming experiences in the majority of games at that point, you know? So, all right, so I set this up at full screen, 1280 by 1800, low settings with Okay, let's do ultra performance. I mean, that's got to be like insanely low resolution to render at. Like, was this like 640 by 480 or something like that rendering out? What's temperatures like now? Marco B, the temperatures are low. The temperatures in this machine have never gotten warm ever. To my touch, I guess the top near the screen hinge up here, like right in front of the screen, is on the warm side. But the wrist rest, the WASD keys, everything like that is very low. And it's very cool. And the... it's hard to talk when I have someone else talking over me. But the internals, every time I've ever checked HW monitor, it's always been very low temps. We've had HW monitor open the entire time. You can see the temps right here. Our maximum temps on the CPU, GPUs, 79 degrees is the highest it's ever gotten on the GPU. So that's good. Too bad I couldn't put this into the overlay. That would be sweet. Okay. We're in game. Wow, we are pixelated. We're in Cyberpunk though. Oh man. Holy smokies. This is such low resolution. I'm sorry. We gotta go to balanced at least. It's too low of a resolution to even consider playing. It's like a foggy mess. Okay, and Cyberpunk crashed for us. I want to turn off. I'm afraid that the Galaxy S24 integration maybe is messing with, like, because it keeps letting me know, hey, the screen is extended off to the side, and I don't want that to mess with any benchmarks. So I'm going to close the Link app and turn off the Galaxy S24. So that way we know it's not messing with performance in any way. Hank says, does it run apps compiled with AVX2? No, Hank, it does not. As far as I can tell, at least all the games that I tried running, a number of the games crashed upon trying to load them, saying that that you cannot run the AVX2 instruction set. So is this 24H2 Windows? Hank, I'm not sure. Or Hank, I'm not sure. It is updated to the latest Windows update. So as long as they've deployed 24H2, it should be. When version will tell you. I mean, it's just in the middle of loading. It might crash the game, but pretty sure this will tell you the Windows version too, right? System properties. Windows 11 Home version 10.0 26.100. The WinVer run command. Yeah, it's 24H2. Okay. Whoa, we're actually getting way more FPS now. What? This is actually pretty playable. 35 FPS, 37 on average, 22 for a 1% low. Whoa, I touched the screen. Oh, crap. Cyberpunk swearing at us. How many times I gotta shoot you in the head? Okay, the game is actually, this is actually playable. 41-28, but it's not pretty. All right, this is not a pretty game. And let's try turn in, since it is so playable, let's turn FSR to quality. FSR on quality will actually be more playable, I think. 47, our FPS went up again? If we turn off FSR, will that actually improve our FPS? All right, we'll turn off FSR and just run this thing at native. Can it run it at native? Did we just crash again? We just crashed again. It didn't like changing the resolution. Yeah, the Qualcomm video driver could use some maturity, as we have mentioned. Yeah. Wow. Marco says this is one of the best reviews out now. Well, Hank, I don't know if the AVX I don't know if the AVX2 encoder might work with something else, but yeah, as far as I know, the games have given me the error. Like if you go back about, I don't know, an hour, 45 minutes or so in the live stream, I go over a bunch of screenshots of all the errors I've got trying to run different games. And I don't know, at least 5 of the games I tried to run said could not run the AVX or AVX2 instruction set. So it's definitely one of the issues. HW info will tell you the exact instructions it can emulate. The problem is HW info. I'm not sure if that one would. I don't think I tried running HW info actually. I probably should. Okay, graphics. We have no upscaling engaged. Let's try again. No upscaling. So it's going to be native 1280 by 1800. I didn't. Yeah. Oh, it's actually done loading already. Okay. Whoa. Now this is much more respectable, playable in terms of a visual experience that doesn't look terrible. But our FPS is not as smooth now. 29. 22. I mean, this is a much bigger ask from the GPU to play the game at this resolution. I mean, it is a pretty demanding area right there where we were at. This is playing much better. Oh, it played better because this is the less demanding area to drive through, I think. Because there's not any NPCs running right now. Anyway, I mean, this is actually, yeah. I mean, it's not a perfect experience, but you could probably play through Cyberpunk if you were desperate enough, and you had no other options, you know. But it's, yeah, I don't think I would want to play. Personally, I don't think I would want to play at that resolution and detail and all of that. It just would not smooth enough to aim. I really need 60 FPS to have a good enough gaming experience. So yeah, probably GeForce Now would probably be your alternate solution to play Cyberpunk 2077. Sony Interactive Entertainment presents Cyberpunk crashes because it ran out of memory. Yeah, maybe. Can it run Firefox? Yes. Firefox is a native ARM browser, as far as I understand. Michael? Okay, so God of War, we are currently rendering a render resolution of 960 by 600 with FSR on ultra performance. So very upscaled. All right. Graphics are set to low. Let's see what we get. I actually did not take the time to actually try testing the game to see how well it runs. So let's see. Okay, here we are. 30 FPS. Ooh, it's a big stutter there. Okay, things to be loaded. Yeah. Yeah. It might help if we close down as much stuff as possible. I don't know. Let's just try to free as much RAM, as system RAM as we can. Okay. Here we go. We're averaging 28 FPS. You know, we could go to a lower render resolution, by the way, if we really wanted to. 29 FPS. 4 FPS for our 1% lows, though it feels smoother than that. I mean, it feels more like a 15 FPS 1% low or something like that. It seems to be... Let me put this down. I don't know why that was up. Yeah, I mean, this honestly doesn't feel too bad. Again, far from your ideal gaming experience by any means, but I mean, if you're desperate enough to play a game, you could probably make it work. Okay, windowed. If we do, I mean, I want it to go to a lower resolution is what I want. But to do that with God of War, you actually have to change your native resolution on Windows to a lower one, which is annoying that they designed it this way. Let's close the game. Let's go to, let's go straight down to a really low resolution, 1280 by 800. Thank you, watt meter. Yeah, it goes to sleep after 5 minutes or something for the watt meter. It's kind of annoying. Toshiba makes the best laptops. Hey, I've owned a couple Toshiba laptops. Okay, back in the day, I had one of those. What did they call those? Mini computers. They were super small. Oh my. We're on ultra performance too. Our render resolution is 428 by 268. Let's go. 420, baby. 428. It's such a low resolution. Holy schmolies. Oh my God. Okay. But it actually is pretty smoothish. Okay, all right. Let's up this to balanced. All right, so now our display is rendering at 754 by 472. So that's, I don't know, I think that's more reasonable in terms of actually trying to have something playable. Visually speaking, let's get the FPS counter going. Things seem to be playing smoother now. I think one of the dilemmas is running out of VRAM inside of games. Because the RAM, if it's actually showing, you know, close to 15 gigs utilized, that means we're probably running out. So we're actually getting 38 with 29 for a 1% low. This appears to actually be playable. Like you could actually play the game. All right, at this FPS. All right, now let's notice our watts being pulled is 40 for our whole system, including our OLED display and everything. Let's unplug the system. Let's see what FPS we get doing the same test. So we did 3728 on plug-in power. Let's try unplugging. All right, now we're running entirely on battery. All right. We are running entirely on battery. Let's see what FPS we get doing the exact same test and see if our performance goes down at all. Like, can we actually maybe play God of War on an airplane with our Galaxy Book 4 Edge? We're looking at 35 FPS, 30 for our 1% low so far. Seems like it. Seems like the performance is actually slightly better because we're going over the same area twice. I guess this is identical numbers, 3729. So yeah, 3729, both plugged in or unplugged. Exact same gaming performance. Wow, that's awesome. That fact alone is really, really sweet. Let's do Palworld. It's time to go catch some pals. Is there 40 FPS 120 hertz mode? Do you mean like as in it would extrapolate it out? So let's see here. Let's see. So we're trying Palworld. This is another game that has a funky resolution issue. It's where you have to lower the Windows resolution to get the game to read the right resolution. Okay, so we're averaging 40 FPS. Do I have... I need to make some arrows. Can I make arrows? I can. Do I have a pal that can work these arrows for me? Oh, Kativa. Oh no, my chicken got rammed by a boar. Oh boy. Let's see. I do have an axe. Haha. We're gonna catch a rush shore. Very nice. So I just reset the FPS counter again. Let's go ahead and get one more batch of 6 arrows and see if we can catch ourselves a Cativa. This game is playing good. We're on all low settings, by the way. But this is rendering natively at the 1280 by 800 resolution. Oh, we killed it in one hit. How the... Oh my. We are really strong. So, I mean, overall, this is like we're getting 28 FPS right now. It really depends on what you look at, is what I'd say. You know, certain areas are going to be much better performance than other areas. Oh yeah, we enhanced our POW. Catching power. Yeah. Oh, we're climbing a wall. Oh man, look at our parkour skills. Okay, all right. We don't have a glider yet, so we gotta be careful. Yeah, this seems pretty playable. I mean, you're not looking at an ideal gaming experience by any means, but you know, your kid wants to play Palworld on a laptop, they could do it on this one, I think. It's gonna get stuttery, I think, if you get in a busy base though with a lot of pals. I'll bet you it's gonna get down to like extra low FPS. Probably like under 20, if I were to guess. But in the majority of the world gameplay, I bet it would actually be really good. Let's catch one more rush ore and then... Oh. We catch one more rush ore and then we'll end our Palworld gaming experience. I'm impressed. Palworld worked pretty well. But can it run Crysis? I don't know about that. So this is interesting. No display adapter installed, but still Shadow of the Tomb Raider runs just fine. Let's check out our display options. We're running full screen, 1280 by 1800, Intel XeSS on performance. Let's try balanced. Graphics is on low. Let's play. I think you could actually play this game on a little higher settings, honestly. Tomb Raider is a pretty optimized game. Mozam Bang says, XLE powered lap machines can easily game with half the power being shown currently if the games are made native for ARM, is what I think what he means. And that turns it into 6 to 7 hours of battery life. Potentially, maybe, I don't know, I would think it would depend on the ARM game, because I mean, if the ARM game still is demanding on the GPU, it's still going to pull the same amount of watts through the system. But if the ARM game is really, really optimized and they can hit like say a 60 FPS cap, and it doesn't need to pull the same amount of power, and it's, you know, then pulling less wattage, then yeah, the battery life could be extended dramatically. So here's Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. We're running 52 FPS. It's interesting. I think we're getting some micro stutters seem to happen here and there. I don't know. Maybe VSync needs to be turned on, because just I'm seeing some of the motion kind of seeing a little bit of stuttery. Seems a little bit stuttery. And you can see the frame time graph going up and down. It's not a graph, it's a I don't know what you want to call it, an earthquake seismometer right now. So So far, what mobile GPU would I compare this to? Probably like somewhere between the old Intel Xe Iris graphics and the new Intel Arc. Like, if you're running an ARM native, it's probably pretty similar to the Intel Arc. If you're running emulation, then it goes down to the Intel Xe, what the Intel Xe used to do. So it's somewhere around those ballparks if I were to compare them. Basically, you need super optimized frame rate or super optimized games with really optimized resolution settings, and then you can play games. Basically, I think around 720p to 1280 by 800 resolution, plenty of games will play on low settings and play well enough to have a good enough gaming experience, but that's really, really low settings. So I don't think very many hardcore gamers are going to want to go those low settings just to get a playable experience. And instead, they would rather either get a gaming laptop or, an AMD or Intel CPU that has a better integrated GPU at the very least. So it's just going to really depend on the person. But this is clearly not a gaming-focused system. This is a productivity, portable media consumption and media creation portable productivity laptop primarily. But since my channel is heavily focused around games, I really wanted to get this, get some good game testing in on the X Elite for everybody out there that's curious. So, just finding which games would actually run on the ARM architecture was a challenge from the get-go. And then once you're getting them running, then you got to get them optimized to be semi-playable, So it's like a double challenge. But in general, if you're a hardcore gamer and you actually want to play games on this, you're looking at GeForce now with cloud streaming. Otherwise, you got to go for a different laptop. Like if you're not satisfied with the latency of cloud streaming, then you're probably going to need to go with a different laptop. So average FPS 44 at this resolution, 1280 by 1800 on balanced Intel XeSS upscaling on low settings. So that should be pretty dang playable. Let's just try to hop into a quick game. Run around for a moment. Mozam says XLE GPU equals AMD 780M in raw power. No, I would say the 780M is definitely ahead. Maybe if you're talking native ARM apps that are super optimized versus, but like if you're talking about emulated games versus the 780M is like 3 to 4 times more powerful in the same rough type of game. So for like if it's an emulated game and they're trying to run it, I'm not sure where to go. I guess we got to climb this. I mean, it certainly seems like Tomb Raider is a game that's going to be playable, like really playable. Actually, 50 FPS, 31 for a 1% low. Whoa. This is scary. I'm already scared. Like, this is very impressive climbing skills. Climb. Yes. I mean, yeah, I can see someone playing this on the airplane, Using a controller, setting the laptop up. This would be a pretty awesome gaming experience right here. Ooh, what do we got here? Let's do this scene and then we'll move on to the next game. And these graphics actually look not too bad. Like they seem like good detail. Our 1% low is 30. That makes it feel like a smoother experience. And You know, like this feels like a PlayStation 3 graphics wise or something like that. Or maybe between PlayStation 2 and 3 or something. Like, it's actually not terrible. Mozam, this one is the lower skew. So the T-flops on this one is, I think, was it 3.6 or something like that? So this is the lower end Adreno GPU. So you would get more GPU performance on the higher end X Elite, but it's not going to be too much more. It's literally like 20% more or something. SC Chasm says, got it. The game testing is very appreciated. This is the first time I've seen it. Yeah, it's thank you. I appreciate it. It took me a long time to figure out which games to do. So, uh-oh. Something happened. It's crazy. She's trying to take pictures as the whole building's coming down. I would expect with this game, you know, going into the jungle areas, you know, it's going to be a little bit more complicated if you got a bunch of NPCs you're fighting all at once, like attacking a base. But at least the areas we were in initially seemed like you're going to get at least 40 maybe in the combat. Maybe you're certainly going to be over 30. So, like, I'm guessing this one's going to stay consistently in the 45 average-ish range for the majority. I might recommend trying to do VSync, though. Okay, so we're going to just exit the game at this point. See if I can... Okay. Save game. New save. Okay. Can I exit the game? I just want to try to close it all. Yes. Okay. All right. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Let's go. See how we do. Well, like the thing is, so Mozam, you know, you look at the 780M or like the 780M is what's in. Isn't that what's in the ROG Ally? Right? It's like I know it uses the Z1 Extreme processor. Okay, still loading, looks like. So the Z1 Extreme is based on the 780M, but it doesn't have the same performance. The Ally runs a lot faster. Interesting. I wonder, there are some differences. Interesting. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. The Z1 Extreme, Obviously, it's going to be a lot faster than this in terms of graphics performance, because like the ROG Ally could play a lot of these games at 60 FPS that we're struggling to hit 30 in. Let's do the benchmark. So we're on low settings. Display is set to 1280 by 800. We'll go ahead and benchmark this game. Michael A says, do you recommend this laptop over the Blade 18? No, I mean, not for gaming. That would be silly. Okay, wow. We're getting 95 FPS here in Rainbow Six Siege. Very low resolution though, 1280 by 1280 by 800. But you might actually be able to play this game. How do I get rid of this Ubisoft Connect pop-up? It's kind of annoying. Like, if our 1% low stays really good throughout this, wow, the FPS dropped a lot when we brought the player characters into this, into the 40s. Still, as long as 1% low stays good, it'll be, I think, a pretty playable experience. All right, let's see what the benchmark results say. 68 FPS on average. I don't know why the thing here is all messed up. Yeah. That's impressive. You could probably go to a higher resolution and still be able to play the game. Let's try the tutorial out for a moment. Okay, let's reset our FPS. Let's see, is there a way to... I'm trying to get rid of this Ubisoft Connect. I can't get rid of it, so this is the best we got. This actually is really smooth. Oh, I should have tried Valorant. I never tried I bet the Valorant wouldn't work though because of their anti-cheat software that needs to run. I wish we could see what our 1% low is. But we're getting well over 60 and it feels pretty dang smooth. So Rainbow Six Siege, thankfully, actually I think could probably be a game you could play and have a good enough time. Be semi-competitive with it versus Counter-Strike 2 is too stuttery to make it really competitive, you know? Baka, this laptop is just an overpriced netbook. I mean, from a gaming perspective, potentially you could say that. But from a productivity perspective, the power efficiency of this notebook when doing productive tasks is through the roof, relatively speaking, compared to, I think, Intel and AMD. And is much more comparable. Okay, much more comparable to what a MacBook can do, but I think the MacBooks are still a little bit ahead. All right, so we're on low settings. Actually, we want to make sure everything's off. 1280 by 800. I think we may be running the game in the other mode, like the old mode, because we didn't have the same graphic settings that we normally would have. amazing. The whole system is only 40 watts of power. You know, you run a typical gaming laptop, even like a low-powered RTX 4060, it's like 120 to 150 watts would be like the minimum typical. If you're talking the whole system. Okay, so this is no upscaling right now. 1280 by 800 resolution. Let's try running. Reset our averages as well. Get our 1% lows going. This seems pretty playable. Pretty dang playable. I think the FPS would be, and the visuals would be better with upscaling though. So let's go ahead and exit the game. And let's reload The Witcher in the other mode. See your settings. We'll do DirectX 12. Yeah, that's what we want. LSP says, I only care about extreme performance. Anything weaker is a no-go for me. I just get a large power bank and a USB-C power delivery and you're good to go. Yeah, that's true. You could do that for the gaming laptops that have power delivery to get extended gaming on the go. But this is more about being productive on the go and then occasionally you want a game or something, you know. Okay, let's go graphic settings. FSR2 balanced. And go low settings. Low graphics preset. Why is everything on? Still. I don't get this. Okay, so 1280 by 1280 by 800, FSR2 unbalanced, low settings, Witcher 3. Let's see what we get in the new DirectX 12 version of the game. Yes, this game looks so much better with a little bit of upscaling. And wow, the FPS is so much better too. 69 FPS, 46 for our 1% lows. I'm tempted to get in Windows and change our render resolution. So The Witcher 3, this would be actually a gameplay experience that's not bad at all. And this is 69 FPS, 48 for 1% low. For our overall experience, this means we could definitely up the resolution probably and still be close to 60. Like go to 10, like 1920 by 1280, or maybe even the full resolution. They just upscale hard. Let's go up the resolution. Let's go back to the native resolution and we'll do The Witcher 3. Black Clover says, hey, just joined. I want to ask, how good is the battery life on this? So my Netflix battery test was like, I ran some episodes of How I Met Your Mother, and it was estimating at 60% brightness, 60% volume on the audio, the speakers, that it was going to last for 15 hours or over 15 hours, which is pretty insane. Interesting. I wonder if we can get the resolution to go higher now. Well, this is weird. It's like I ran the game once at 1280 by 800 and now it doesn't want to go to a higher resolution. Also interesting that I think Windows changed our resolution of our machine. When we loaded The Witcher 3, watch, it changes our resolution. We're still at the full resolution. Let's try running it now. Now it just changed it. I think it's this auto SR right here. This, oh God, no. I was trying to go to the settings. Let's see here. How do I, auto SR? I'm not sure. See if we can get it to one more time. We'll try loading it one more time. See if we can get it to go to the full resolution now that we changed it. It did it again. Interesting. Well, this is something that's going to take more fiddling than I'll be able to do. This right here, this is what we need to do. Automatic super resolution. We'll turn that off for now. Is that what is doing that? Let's see. New Windows setting that I've never seen before in my life. Yes, that's what's doing it. So we'll go to the full resolution and we'll go to our graphics. We'll set the graphics to be Ultra Performance FSR. See if that looks better now. All right. Almost there, and I believe this is the last game that we're testing, and then we're going to go into a summary of everything we found out. Actually, I'm going to do DaVinci Resolve. I'm going to show you video editing performance on this. So 50 FPS right now with the full resolution, but at ultra performance on FSR. So lots of upscaling. I think the details look better than when we went low resolution. FPS is at 50, 44, very stable. Interesting. You know, if you really want some better graphics, you could probably go to like balanced. And now we're only 35 FPS. Still playable though. And now the graphics actually look pretty legit. So, I mean, if you're okay with only 35 FPS, it's still playable. As long as the 1% low stays stable above 25, I would say it's playable. If it starts dipping below 25 regularly, that's going to be a real problem. But Yeah, this is actually pretty nice. Now, do you remember The Witcher 3 when it came out? It was like such a tough game to run in 2016. Can you imagine someone running it saying, oh, we're going to run it at a 47 watts in a Ultrabook. And it'll actually still play. Like, you know, only the highest end hardware could even play the game when it came out. Pretty funny. Okay. All right. So DaVinci Resolve, let's load that up. I've got some clips from the Galaxy S24 that I copied over. And I'll show you some 4K 30 frames per second video editing. So DaVinci Resolve version 19, public beta 2, is ARM native. So it's the only ARM native video, or it's the video editor of choice, I would say, if you're going to try to go for an ARM native video editing experience. So you can see it's a very good editing experience based on my initial preliminary testing. So notice how I'm able to move quickly through the timeline. Minimal delays, 4K 30 frames per second. Our power pole is only in the 30s over here on the left. Well video editing, which is really, really good. You know, we're able to go full screen on the video. This is color graded right here to be a funky color grade, by the way, on this clip in particular. He's blepping. He got his tongue out. But you can see how, as far as editing goes, like it's smooth to move clips around. You can cut them, move them around. Seems like a good video editing experience to me. I think if you were to add lots of effects and color grades to this, it might cause this to get slower. I'm not sure how well it would work in the long run. Like if we were to try, let's see here. I don't know, let's try color boosting this. Okay, so it's color boosted that. Let's go back to the editing. And can we still... Okay, you never want to actually do this. This looks terrible, but it's now color graded in a way, and it's still playing smoothly, editing smoothly in DaVinci Resolve, which is great. I mean, if you're after a laptop that can edit on the go with good battery life, that's pretty amazing right there. I don't know how long the battery life would last editing in DaVinci Resolve. I'm guessing 5 to 7 hours is my guess. Because if we're pulling between 15 to 30 watts typical with it being plugged in, you know, for the total system power, then it's going to last a long, long time, which is phenomenal. And that's in high performance mode. If you were to switch it to a medium performance mode, maybe it'd pull a little bit less. Might cause it to be a little bit less responsive though. I don't know. But that's DaVinci Resolve editing with native ARM video editing. Okay. I think that covers everything that I wanted to test today in the video. Let's do a summary of everything that we learned about this. We want cat videos. What? No, not cat videos. Okay. This has a 60 watt hour battery LSP, but I don't think the Legion 7i only pulls 30. It pulls a lot more than that usually. Okay. All right. So what's up and welcome to my final summary review of the Samsung Galaxy Book 4 Edge. This has the new Snapdragon X Elite processor, which has an ARM-based architecture, meaning that the instruction set for the CPU is different than your typical x86 processor from Intel, AMD, or the different than your typical Windows laptop, let's put it that way. And that the software that typically runs on Windows x86, it needs to be emulated for ARM architecture. So unless the apps are natively ran, then you're going to have significantly negative performance with emulation, with some crashing and app compatibility issues. That's the main downside, and I want to get that out of the way right at the beginning. I don't know why I didn't want to put that right at the beginning, but that is the most important crux of the system. That said, there is a lot of promising things about this Snapdragon X Elite, and let's just go over the pros and cons. So you have ARM architecture, which is going to be this new Qualcomm Snapdragon X Elite. This is the 80 SKU of the X Elite, which means it's like the third best version of the X Elite. 12 cores, all single threaded, no hyper threading at all in this CPU. We have an Adreno GPU in here, 16 gigs of RAM, 512 gig SSD. This costs, let me go ahead and pull up the Best Buy page. So for this laptop, it costs $1449, and this comes with a $150 Best Buy gift card if you buy through the link in the video description. Now, this live stream is not sponsored, but the final summary review or whatever on the main video on the channel will be sponsored. And that said, regardless, I am able to give you my full and honest opinion, all the pros and cons, because it's literally written in the contract. I don't take sponsorships unless I'm able to give you my full opinion. Now, they have a 14-inch version, which costs $1349. 16-inch version starts at $1449, and then they have an upgraded version with the 1 terabyte storage, and I believe this has a upgraded CPU on here as well to the higher end X Elite SKU. That's it. This one's $1749, and if I don't know for sure that the X Elite is upgraded here. If it is upgraded, then it might be worth it. If it's not, then probably not worth the storage upgrade to 1 terabyte. I don't know. You can use the micro SD card slot on here to use to expand the storage. That's certainly an option for you there. Now, in terms of value and comparison versus the competition, if you're after a gaming laptop, gaming system, this is not really that, right? This is really focused around portability meets performance. We weighed this thing at 3.34 pounds, which is exceptionally lightweight for a 16-inch laptop that is just as powerful or more powerful than many of the Intel and AMD counterparts. The biggest pros to this: thin, light, powerful when on battery. That's probably the biggest pro right there. Powerful when on battery. You want to video edit, Photoshop, Lightroom, browse the web, do all those things snappy, quick, high performance, when on a battery and have a decent amount of battery to go with it. This is the best option, I think, for a Windows-based laptop. If you want to go for, another laptop like an Apple one or whatever, you can go that route, but it's not within the Windows-based ecosystem, which I think some people will find as a deal breaker. If you need to run certain Windows applications, sure, you could emulate Windows on a Mac, but that's going to be a whole nother can of worms that you'll have to deal with. Now, in terms of unboxing this laptop, a very small box, easy to unpackage, came with a 65-watt power adapter and about a 6-foot power cable, which is honestly not that long. So you're going to have to be pretty close to the wall when you're plugging this in. Thankfully, you've got a lot of flexibility with battery life with this machine, because you can take it away from the wall and have a great off-the-wall long battery life experience. Now, if you are just rendering stuff, slamming the CPU very hard, you're going to be pulling around 45 to 55 watts through the whole system when just slamming this thing. That means playing highest end games that also demand from the CPU, or when just rendering video, for example, in a video editor. And that means the end of rendering, not just editing on a timeline. Editing on a timeline is actually much less intensive. So when you're slamming this thing, expect around 2.5 to 3 hours. When you are lightly editing and you're bouncing around between 15 to 30 watts of power usage, video editing, Photoshop, stuff like that. And that's at max screen brightness, by the way. You could lower the screen brightness, you could lower the volume, you could do other things to optimize the battery life in this machine, like turning off Bluetooth, turning off Wi-Fi if you don't need those at that moment. And you could probably push 5, 6, 7 hours of video editing through this machine, which is something I could not do on my Blade 18. My Blade 18 can do about an hour and a half maybe of video editing before it's dead. And when it's video editing, it is a kind of a stuttery mess. And this thing is so much better at video editing on the go than my Blade 18. It's just not even really apples to apples comparison. So you're looking, the ideal person to buy this Book4 Edge is someone who A, doesn't really play games much, or when they do play games, they're okay with, you know, a smaller subset of games that'll run, and then they're okay with lower resolutions, lower settings, and maybe suboptimal frame rates, maybe some stutters they have to deal with. Or they're okay with cloud streaming like GeForce Now. You can play all the you can play many of the latest games on GeForce Now, up to 1,800 of them at high resolutions and frame rates and settings, but with a slight latency, and of course with the requirement of fast internet and a good connection to your Wi-Fi router. So preferably plugged in with Ethernet or in the same room as the Wi-Fi router itself. So overall, let's talk weight. 3.35 pounds. Hinge. It's a good hinge. It feels firm, but there is some wobble to it. If you're in, say, a vehicle, you're going to expect to see some wobble to the hinge. The flex on this machine is primarily only because there is no center rest, like this rest. There is a rest on the corners here. Rubber feet here, but there's no rubber feet in the middle here. If they had put 2 rubber feet in the middle here, the flex would be much less on this laptop in the middle and around the trackpad. Now, as it is currently, the flex is still very good for such an incredibly thin and light system and an all metal system to boot. Now, there is Corning Gorilla Glass touch enabled AMOLED 120 hertz 2880 by 1800 resolution display, which is just fantastic. It's vibrant, it's colorful. We tested it at 390 nits with the color checker tool. Spider 5 Elite was not testable, but we tested over 100% of the P3 color gamut and 100% of the sRGB color space as well. So an extremely colorful, extremely vibrant display. Now at 400 nits or 390 nits, it's not going to be ideal for in direct sunlight. Like direct sunlight, I would prefer like 600 to 1,000 nits brightness on the display. That said, you'll still be able to lightly see the display. This does have an anti-reflective coating on the display, making it less likely for reflections to hit the display. You can still see some reflections from my lights here, but they're much more minimal than a typical glossy display would be because of that anti-reflective coating. Now the ports on this guy, we have 2 USB 4 ports, HDMI 2.1 with 4K 60 hertz display output, and then we have a micro SD card slot, USB-A 3.2, and a headset port. I kind of wish they put another USB-C here instead of the headset port. That would have really helped the overall port selection out. And overall, I mean, for how thin and light the system is, I feel like the ports are good, but not great. I would have loved to see another USB on here, maybe 2 USBs, and I would really have loved to see a full-size SD card slot instead of the micro SD card slot, because that would have really taken the cake in terms of multimedia and productivity for all those creatives out there, because full-size SD card slot are still the standard for video editing, high-end camera stuff like DSLRs. They all use the full-size SD card slots, or a lot of them still do. Removing the bottom, I actually managed to cut my finger. So be careful if you're going to remove the bottom. That said, there's almost no point to removing the bottom. There's no upgradability to the machine as far as I can tell. This does have a vapor chamber with a dual fan exhaust that hits the display here. Now, when under an extended load, this does get warmer, but the WASD keys in the keyboard here stays relatively cool, and the wrist rest definitely stays cool. So in terms of thermal feel to the user, it's perfect. Now, in terms of actual thermals when under a load, the highest temperature we saw for the GPU was 79. The highest temperature for the CPU was around the 70. And that was under a multi-core workload, constant running nonstop in Cinebench R24. So overall, I mean, we're talking very good thermals because this thing doesn't need to pull that much wattage. Now, the total system wattage on this when just kind of idling is around 13 to 15 watts when the display is at max and you're not doing anything. When you ramp it all the way to the peak in high performance mode, it pulls about 55 watts of total power. And you can ramp that up and down using the 3 fan profiles provided by Samsung. You've got high performance, optimized, and quiet mode. And I think the high performance mode causes the fans to be a little bit whistly and a little bit audible. Optimized is barely audible to the ear. It's very light fan noise, but it still provides like 90%, 95% of the total system performance. So I think most people are just going to run this thing in optimized and not even worry about the extra little bit of performance for the fan noise, because it's not really worth the trade-off unless you're an absolute performance maniac. You're just like all about the performance. And in that kind of situation, then you might want to get just a bigger system that's going to give you more overall performance in total. Webcam quality, we had a great 1080p webcam on here. Sadly, there's no Windows Hello with that webcam though. No IR sensor, but there is Windows Hello with the fingerprint sensor over here on the left, and it does work really, really well as long as your finger is dry and you're properly putting the finger on the fingerprint sensor. The microphone with the webcam, the microphone just is not very good. I don't think, like, it's clear, but it's like you can clearly understand me, but the clarity on the mic was very meh, in my opinion. And when we typed on the keyboard, it did interfere with the microphone quality significantly. We talked about the display already. The keyboard on this includes the keyboard on this includes a number pad. It's not a full-size one. The layout is a little bit different than your typical keyboard layout for your number pad, but I think after you get used to it, you could probably really benefit from having a number pad if you're all about productivity. We have some nice keyboard shortcuts on here. I went over everything in detail in the full live stream. That said, we also have nice keyboard backlight, single zone, like a whitish bluish color to the backlight, and it's a full backlight that covers all of the secondary symbols. That's very usable and a good quality backlight. The keyboard feel is a bit shallow on the keys themselves, but the keys, like in terms of like depth, like I've used a lot of different laptops and I prefer a little bit more depth if I can. That said, I think most people could get used to this feel on the keyboard and have a great all-around typing experience. The trackpad is one of the best trackpads I've ever tried on any Windows laptop, period. It's got a great click throughout the trackpad. And, well, let me correct that. It's got a great click throughout most of the trackpad. The top 1/4 of the trackpad, though, will not click. It's one of the downsides of having a mechanical click versus a haptic feedback trackpad, like on some of the other competitors out there, such as Apple Books or Apple MacBooks or like the MSI Titan 18HX. Those haptic trackpads you can click at any point equally versus the mechanical ones only click starting about 1/4 of the way down. So overall, the trackpad though is large. It's effective, it's glass, it feels really great to use, and I really like the trackpad a lot. Okay. Laptop control software is fairly simple and there's not much bloatware on here. You got like Spotify, Solitaire, and then a bunch of Samsung apps. Other than that, it's the standard Microsoft Office suite and Xbox gaming app. Other than, so very minimal bloatware overall, no antivirus. As a matter of fact, the antivirus may not be compatible at all with ARM, or at least a lot of them are not currently ARM compatible. So you will likely have to rely on Microsoft and Windows Defender and stuff like that, and also just your own wits to not download a virus. Okay, moving on. All right. So the Galaxy S24, we did test the integration and demonstrate it. You can easily control your Galaxy S24 with your trackpad, with your mouse, literally going straight onto your phone, starting, stopping, playing, pausing. So you could have your, your smartphone playing a Netflix video next to you while you play games or while you browse the web or whatever as a secondary screen. Really, really cool. You also have second screen, which you can use to actually use like a Galaxy tablet as a secondary monitor for your Windows experience, which is a really cool integration from Samsung. You also have the integration of Galaxy Buds, which can continuously switch between the devices depending on which device is playing audio. So you could move the music from your laptop to your phone and just seamlessly keep playing audio from one to the other. And then leave the house and take your phone with you and keep playing the audio, which is it's a really cool idea. Now you also have Copilot Plus integration between the Samsung Galaxy S24 and the Galaxy Book. So you could, for example, text someone using Copilot, and then your text could go out through your phone to your mom or whoever you're trying to contact. You can also use AI integration to search and find text messages and all that, depending on what level of integration you want to do between your Galaxy phone and your Windows PC. So I think that it's a really cool ability to do that if you want to, but you got to keep in mind privacy concerns, depending on if you want, all of your data to be data mined, in that way. That's probably the main downside, in my opinion, of integrating everything together like that. So it's up to you if you find the additional convenience worth giving up some of your privacy. Now, overall, I think the S24 integration is a really cool feature to be able to control your phone with your laptop. And in my experience, it was very seamless to where I would turn on the Galaxy Book, it would automatically connect to the S24, and I could automatically move my mouse over onto the screen. Didn't even have to click on it to connect to it, though it did lose connection halfway through the live stream and I had to reconnect for some reason. I don't know why. But overall, very cool integration between the two. You can also, I didn't show this on the screen, but you can open apps and everything from your phone right on the PC screen as a secondary window. So that's also pretty dang neat. Now, speaker test. Bass on this, there was some good bass here, but it definitely got all muddled as soon as you added mids and highs into the mix. Overall loudness was very loud, with decent clarity on the mids and highs, again, when there's not too much bass. As a whole overall speaker system, I still think it leaves much to be desired because there's no dedicated subwoofer or dedicated tweeter, and therefore, I would give the speakers overall like an 8.3 rating, but the volume is very high. Like the volume, if I was just rating it on how loud it can get, it would probably be like a 9. It's a very loud speaker system. CrystalDiskMark SSD speeds were very good, over 3,000 megabits per second or megabytes per, I can't remember. I think it's megabytes. It's like 3,600. Let me just pull it up. So 3,800 megabytes per second and 2,800 write, which is very, very fast. And then Ada64 had exceptional read speeds at over 122,000 megabits per second or gigabytes per second. And it's, I think 43,000 for the write and 63,000 for the copy, or 65,000 for the copy. And the latency was exceptionally low and very fast as well. So the memory on this has like 8448 mega transfers per second, LPDDR5, extremely fast memory here. If you're looking for a system that's extremely snappy and responsive, part of the reason that the Snapdragon X Elite is so responsive is because of those really fast memory speeds. All right, Cinebench R23. We had some really great Cinebench R20. Sorry, Cinebench R24, we had some really great performance. If you run Cinebench R23, unfortunately, it's not going to be as good because it's emulated. Cinebench R24 is an ARM native performance, so you get the full potential performance from the apps. And you know, it's very important to keep in mind that your performance with this machine is going to really go up when, you know, it's going to be above what you get with competitors, for at least in the Windows space. When you're on an ARM native app and when you're on an emulated app, it's going to go below what the competitors offer. So realistically, you want to make sure if you buy this machine that the primary, most important productivity apps that you're going to be using do support ARM natively. Okay, so Cinebench R24, I think we had over 900. Let me just pull the scores up again because it's hard to remember the exact numbers. So in high performance mode, we had 928 for our multi-core performance and 119 for our single core, which was the same on no matter which profile we used. If we jumped over to quiet mode, we got 748. So we gave up only 180 points to be able to have this super quiet low performance, but we still have the vast majority of the total performance. And that's not typical for most Windows laptops. And most Windows laptops start really suffering when you drop the performance and the watts down. Like whereas the Snapdragon X Elite can still have pretty dang impressive performance even at only 15 watts of throughput. So overall, in terms of like power efficiency when you are, or like overall power when you're being power efficient, say in a power efficient battery mode, you can still get good throughput on the CPU and snappy responsiveness because it is an ARM CPU. Okay, that's I think a good way to say that. 3DMark Wildlife. Now, I should probably talk through these ones, so because there's a lot of different benchmarks here, and I showed these previously, but so Wildlife in quiet mode got 16,414. Wildlife in high performance got 16,460, and those are good scores, very high FPS. That's an ARM native 3DMark application. Timespy is an example of an application that is not ARM native. 1730 for our graphics score, 5,156 for our CPU score. So that's an example of an emulated graphics score, which shows how not great the emulated GPU performance is on this laptop. So, I mean, if you're talking ARM native gaming, you're going to have some good, you know, solid 60 plus FPS at, you know, at decent resolutions on low settings. But you go to like emulated apps, you're going to have to probably drop it down to like 1280 by 800 low settings to be able to get playable frame rates. And that's just, you really got to be desperate to play games at that point. And if you're that desperate to play games, you might want to just get a more powerful gaming system at that point. That's just kind of my feedback around that. Yeah, let's talk Geekbench. On high performance plugged in mode, we got 2658 in single core and 14,172 in multi-core. In battery mode, we barely gave up performance at 2528 in single core and 13,490 in multi-core. So we only lost around a few percentage points in single core and like 5-7% in multi-core. So overall performance on this machine in battery mode is bonkers good, and that includes 3D performance. We did not see any degradation of 3D gaming performance when you are in plugged in mode versus unplugged mode. It's very good on the games that are natively ARM supported, or on you just optimize the frame rate to be something that's going to be playable, like a legacy title, and it's going to be playable whether you're plugged in or not, just as well. So that's the good part about the gaming side. Now, if you actually want to game on this machine, you gotta understand that if you're gonna run a native game on here, hopefully you get something that is natively supported through ARM. And if you do, then you're probably gonna be able to get a decent gaming experience on low settings. But if it's not, and you're emulating, you may not be able to run it at all because a lot of the anti-cheat software is not ARM compatible. The easy anti-cheat basically knocked out like half of my game library from being able to run at all. And when you you also have the AVX2 instruction set still not available to be able to run through this. I don't know. Someone in chat, Hank, was saying that they might enable that at a future point, but currently, as far as I know, no AVX2 support through games at least. Now, if you really want to be able to play high-end games and you're going to be plugged, if you really want to be able to play high-end games and you're going to be near good Wi-Fi, you can do cloud gaming through either the Xbox cloud gaming service or the GeForce Now streaming service, or like the Sony PlayStation streaming service. Can't remember the name of that one off the top of my head, but there are a few different cloud gaming services that you can use to play games and have a great gaming experience, but it requires great internet. And you have to understand that it will introduce a little bit of latency. So I would not recommend competitive games so much. I mean, you can technically play competitive games because GeForce Now does offer 240 hertz refresh rates of some competitive games. But no matter what, there will be latency introduced. And therefore, it's really hard to recommend playing those games at, slightly introduced latency. I mean, you can, but it's going to be hard to be ultra competitive. If you're an ultra competitive gamer, just get a dedicated gaming laptop for now, because it's just not going to be worth having the additional latency for those competitive games. Casual gamers, though, cloud gaming could be a great solution if you're going to be primarily plugged in or near good Wi-Fi when you are gaming. And then when you go out into the field, maybe you're doing all those productivity apps like video editing, Photoshop, all of that. And that's when this laptop will really excel, when it's on battery life. In terms of actual game performance, Baldur's Gate 3 was surprisingly playable, very dependent upon which settings you set up, but you can get anywhere from around 25 to 45 FPS in many areas, with some stutters occurring, but stutters occur even on the highest end gaming laptops in Baldur's Gate 3. So overall, definitely still a acceptable gaming experience in my opinion, and that's really nice considering that Baldur's Gate 3 was Game of the Year for 2023. So you can play the Game of the Year natively with good battery life on this machine, on the go, and on the airplane or wherever you are. And so that's probably the best game to play on this. Other than that, Witcher 3 was a huge highlight. Palworld also very playable. Shadow of the Tomb Raider, very playable. Brotato, other 2D scroller type games, could be very playable. Control, also 60 plus FPS, but that was very low resolution, 1280 by 800 to get that. Counter-Strike 2 had too many stutters, in my opinion, to play competitively, but you could continually lower the resolution, and maybe at a certain point it would become playable enough in a competitive scenario. But in our scenario, it was only getting 45 to 50 FPS, but it still had those stutters happen every now and then that's just game breaking. And I think it was because of running out of total system memory and then cycling your memory. So maybe completely restarting the system, making sure all the apps are closed before you go into the game might prevent those stutters from occurring as much. Cyberpunk 2077 crashed several times on us, but we were eventually able to get pretty playable frame rates at around 1200 by 800 resolution, which is pretty dang low. But we eventually got some pretty playable frame rates there, and like the 35 to 40, but certainly not your ideal gaming experience for Cyberpunk 2077 at all. Rainbow Six Siege, shockingly like 75 to 85 FPS, very good gaming experience in Rainbow Six Siege. So you might be able to actually play that one in a little bit more competitive sense. Yeah, I mean, there is gaming opportunities here, but I'll say there are gaming opportunities for this X Elite processor, but it's narrowed. Your game selection is severely narrowed down, and your ideal frame rates, I usually prefer to play games at least 1080p resolution, and usually at medium to higher settings. I don't usually like playing on low settings. Sometimes, I'll be willing to do it, but typically, I would not ideally like to spend many hours gaming at low settings and low resolutions. So it's really up to you if you're willing to put up with it or not. But generally, I think most people won't from a gaming perspective. So and that's where you got to go for cloud streaming or just go for a different gaming, go for a different application. Oh, sorry. Go for a different laptop that supports a dedicated GPU for those ultra high frame rates and settings and resolutions. Okay, so who should buy the Galaxy Book 4 Edge? I think the number one person who is looking to buy this wants to be productive on the go. They want a snappy system when you're on battery life. They want a high quality display. They do not care about games that much, or they only really want to do casual gaming, or they're okay with cloud gaming. That's like the bare minimum, right? Like that, you don't want to go beyond that. You're not a hardcore gamer. You don't want to play games all the time. Like, yeah, you're not one of those people. All right. And then you're primarily like you want to consume multimedia because this is a great system for consuming videos, browsing the web, looking at photos and videos, editing photos and videos, as long as you're using the correct applications. Currently, Adobe Premiere is not supported, but DaVinci Resolve 19 Beta 2 does have ARM support. So use DaVinci Resolve to video edit if you're going to video edit on this machine. And then you're pretty much, I don't know, that's like the user. You want to do casual laptop use, you want to do content creation, and you know which apps to use. You're an advanced enough user to understand which apps you should use and which apps you shouldn't use. And then you probably also are not that demanding for which applications you need to use for emulation. So if you like, I guess I'm not explaining this part very well, but let me say that part again. So the last most important thing I think is that if you do buy this laptop, buy it from a place like Best Buy that has a generous return policy to where if your apps that you really need to use do not emulate well, then you can return it if you need to. I really don't recommend buying a Snapdragon X Elite laptop from a place you can't easily return it to because, the X Elite is super power efficient compared to other Windows-based machines. And I think there's a real advantage there. And like if I was just looking for a laptop to do photo editing, video editing, and content creation and content consumption on the go, those four things, this is an amazing machine for that. Probably the best one I've ever tried for Windows in particular. But its overall functionality is limited because it is an ARM laptop. And yes, the emulation layer is good, but there are many apps that still won't run, or they will run at a subpar way that would be better to buy just another Windows laptop that has full x86 support. So that's my thoughts on the Galaxy Book 4 Edge. There is a customer for this. I mean, if my mom was looking to buy a laptop, this one would probably be a pretty good option for someone like my mom. She just wants to do her email, watch videos, and edit some photos or something like this is perfect for her. A photographer or a video editor on the go could really use this quite well, but again, I would make sure that they understand the limitations surrounding it. If you're an advanced power user and you want to use this professionally, make sure your professional apps will run on this. And that's, like I said, buy this from a place where you can return it if it doesn't work out for the apps that you need to run with it. And all that said, the emulation layer will get better, and there will be more and more apps that support ARM natively over time. So I think this will keep getting better and better over time, and it will be like 5 years from now, I probably won't have to give the same caveat about, the application emulation layers. Like it might even be only 2 years from now, or even a year from now. They may have fixed it enough, or enough of the apps are natively supporting ARM at that point. If there's enough ARM users out there, developers will recompile their apps and make sure that they're ARM compatible. And that's just the truth. So hopefully all of this effort from Microsoft and Qualcomm will pay off eventually, and there will be a full ARM ecosystem that is natively supported. Okay, so that's it for my final summary review of the Galaxy Book 4 Edge. I hope you enjoyed it. I tried to be as thorough as possible for you. And yeah, let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and enter chat for a moment. Sorry, I've been ignoring chat the last few minutes while trying to get this summary review done. And okay, so checking chat here. Does XElite have dedicated video encoders? It's a good question. I think so. But I'm pretty sure they do. I mean, pretty sure they do. That was one of the things they really wanted to focus on. I don't know for sure, Mozambique, though, off the top of my head. Do these encoders accelerate video editing? Are these just for watching videos online? So I'm pretty sure that they have power efficiency video encoders for watching videos, like when you're, say, streaming videos. And then when you're rendering, they definitely have media encoders for rendering stuff, as long as it's an ARM natively supported app. I mean, it renders video very quickly. So yeah, it definitely depends on the application, though. It needs to be compatible, because I don't think it's going to be compatible if you're using like an emulated app like Adobe Premiere. It's going to be a pretty stuttery experience in Premiere. Okay. Piazza says, people who travel by plane from West Coast to East Coast and want to develop content for YouTube. Yeah, I mean, this machine would be great for someone who's on the plane a lot. Piazza says, thanks for the stream. I'm glad I could get this. I thank Best Buy and, you know, for the opportunity to review this thing. It's such an interesting product, and I'm eager to see where ARM goes over the next few years, because this first generation of the XElite is nice, but imagine what XElite 2 or 3 or 4 could be if it's fully developed and the ARM support gets better and better. We could be looking at a real competitor for Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA, especially if they work with game developers to get more natively supported ARM games, as well as put out a version of the XElite that has a more powerful GPU. Then we could be looking at good battery life, good gaming performance, all in the same package. That could be really sweet. I don't know. Now we'll see. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you in the next one. Please drop a like if you enjoyed the content and subscribe for more tech reviews in the future. Brandon out.